Hey guys, hey guys, welcome back to the Vid-Bits. I'm Brian, and I am your reigning, defending, undisputed Pac-Man Megatunnel Battle Chomp Champion. And when I say I'm the Chomp Champion, I don't have to clarify what division it is overall. I am the overall United States Eastern Division, so then the United States entirely, and then now the Global Chomp Champion after defeating my rival Mint Daddy Pig in an epic battle, which I highly suggest you dig into the archive and find in its entirety as I break down my tech, and you see what I did move for move to be able to compete with somebody of the highest caliber and the former Universal Chomp Champion, which means, as far as I'm concerned, and as all metrics has been determined by me based on how the leaderboards have moved in the after the 9 days. I really wish I would have studied them more after the 9 days that everybody had for pre-access, or 8 days for early access. The $10 with a $10 barrier to entry, which basically allowed you to get into the game before everybody else at the pre-order bonus time. So the game went live the 8th of May. The people that are here with the crazy amounts of wins, like the Covies and the Mint Daddies, they were here hanging out since day one. So the loyalty there is strong. I definitely appreciate the effort that they put in to do the best they could to push ahead, and essentially you were buying your way into a sense of false security, because you were either going to be a pack maniac like me if you paid for that pre-order bonus and to get on here a week early, and you would have whittled away at that to give yourself a hefty lead, which I believe that Kofi and Mint Daddy did. But then you have a pack maniac like me that the perfect storm comes, where I was unaware that this existed because I wanted to give them a fair chance. They had 8 days to do it. I had insurmountable odds, but I have an army of people behind me called the Vid-Bits. We call it the Vid-Bits Fun Club. It's, I know it's kind of cheesy, kind of tacky. It's supposed to make you get in your feels back in the day when, the Cool Kids Club, the Burger King Kids Club. It's like we're not branded with any of those things, but that's just that feel of, the nostalgia, the member berries of being in that childhood-like thing where I can do anything with my friends. Well, my friends pulled me to anything, and anything happens to be the top of the world at PACMAN in 2024, and I did it for me because I spent 25 years of my life wanting to be in this position, but I did it for them because there's lots of people like me that thought they could not ever do this, but dreamed that they could dream big, and dream big I did. I called my shot like Babe Ruth, like my papa used to inspire me about. I have the collectible plate and mug to prove it. I'm looking at the heavens and saying, 2 weeks ago, starting a folder after our first impressions of this game, and saying, hey, I'm going to be the champion of the world. I'm going to do it for my small but mighty army that me and my son have created for the community of gaming and all the gaming culture. It's called the Vid-Bits, and I'm telling you, we are just getting started. This is just the beginning, and we are just a little bit different here, and we're going to get started. And what we do is we do a humble brag, because yes, we touted all the amazing things that we did, but we will never forget the people that paved the way. So that be people that, like Ralph Baer and his brown box, that started the industry, and all the inspirations that people took and ripped off, and from Touch Me and all that stuff, to what we have now with the current PlayStation 5, Xbox confusion is what they're doing in the marketplace, the anticipation for what Nintendo has got on the horizon and all of their developers, and then also, the wild card, which is always Steam. That's Steam PC gaming. It's always been the wild card. It was always the one that was first ostracized from the industry because people were like elitist apparently about it. Like, oh, to have a home PC is so expensive that only the really rich can afford to. So you only knew a few people that had the really good expensive rigs in your neighborhoods in the 80s. And most of the time when you access that stuff, it was when you were in school and stuff. That's why it was such a big deal. Pardon me. I'm sorry, I went so far into the intro that I forgot that we're brought to you by our sponsor, water. I'm going to take a drink from some of it. This water is vapor distilled water with electrolytes, so it's delicious. Because the minerals, I really like the aspect of thinking it's natural, even though it's come from a well locked in a factory most of the time. BPA free makes me feel pretty good. Anyways, what we say is, we're going to give some credit to these people, because honestly, they're putting the time. I'm putting the time to give them the credit, and to also try to humbly brag about the fact that I love Pac-Man, and I'm such a Pac maniac that I am the Chomp Champion. You know, and it's fine, Bandai Namco, that you've slept on our offer for sponsorship a little bit, because we, you know, maybe we don't need it right now. We're just going to stay in our own lane and just worry about being the Chomp champion of the world, because we're not doing anything illegitimately, and we've been completely transparent with how we play your game, what the tech about the game that we play is, and what we've done since the beginning. So if you've ever watched somebody on YouTube play a game in a battle royale sense, where they push the button for when they can play it for the first time and log everything naked for the eye to see, and trust me, it's been to great detriment to make sure that every experience that I have with this account, with this character, and I do anything for this character, has been live for you guys. I don't do anything off stream for it, so it's almost like you're living the journey like you would if it's also your save file and you are the Vid-Bits and you're trying to maintain the championship of the world. So when you feel the weight that I have, it's now lifted a little. It's not completely gone, but when you want to be the champion of the world and you want to go ahead and maintain, so let's say there's the apocalypse, so to speak, for this game. Let's be realistic. Again, we're not trying to offense the sponsor, but in a realistic sense, unless you're amazingly awesome, like a game like Fortnite, you don't necessarily get guaranteed the staying power in the Battle Royale sense, and apparently there's a lot of naysayers that for some reason are trying to tank this game dead on arrival because of political reasons. But what I'm saying, if we look at it objectively, we want this game to succeed, but say it looks at, we have the test scenario. Unfortunately, in the worst case scenario, let's take another pause here. Take a breath. I want to make sure the point is crisp and clear, because if you're the doomsayer about a game like this, that I'm obviously investing a bunch of time in, some people made it and they invested some time in, some other people are trying to do well in it, so they're investing some time in it. Let's just look at the triforce of those people, okay? Let's not be so negative that we don't want those people to be happy, because what are you fucking doing with your life if you're spending more time analyzing that? Let's look at that and say that those people are worth the investing. So let's just say I've now used 0 and 1s to quantify it in. If you're fucking hating on this game, then you're hating 2,500 souls that are trying to have fun with Pac-Man. Pac-Man and his relatability in the 80s, and the infectious thing of Pac-Man fever, the songs that were created, the hype in media, if social media existed in 80s, Pac-Man would be so big right now we wouldn't be able to think about anything other than Pac-Man. But instead we have some naysayers that are looking at all the contingencies as to why us 2,500 people are trying to have fun. So what we're going to do is we're going to say fuck those people, and again, you can censor this, and if you want to use this in some sort of perpetuity, I have to be unfiltered, because I'm going to stutter on what I'm saying if I don't use the word fuck. I don't like that word. If I could actuate something else, and eventually when I find a better, that's safer word for that, just think of that word. I mean the energy. When you can't think of something else to say more creative, and I'm using the F-bomb to keep a flow state when I'm talking about this, because this is the things that people aren't talking about in the industry. So people are hating online. We're going to have the keyboard warriors. The people that are staying in their lane, us 2,500 Pac-Maniacs, are doing amazing things for the community, because I'm inspiring somebody to take an IP like Pac-Man when I'm meeting people, and I'm not even talking about Pac-Man, but because I'm resonating so high that I've lived my dream as a child, I'm getting to be the Vid-Bits, carry the Vid-Bits Nation, which is a shell company of 2,600 people that were hangers-on through some of the things that we did to try to get our name out there. And then a core group of about, let's be honest guys, let's call a spade. We're transparent here. We got about a dozen people that really fucking love us. Maybe about 20 people above that. But the number says 2,600 people to push us through the algorithm, and that's fine, because if it's getting us traction and getting us noticed, we're totally happy about that. We were talking about what's called subscriber transfusion. Eventually, we're seeing people drop off every day where we lose 6 people because they don't know what I'm talking about, and those people are leaving. But then 8 other people, because they're infected with this Vid-Bits fever, which is also Pac-Mania apparently. The synergy there is amazing. They're now getting hyped about this and pumping me up to the point where even if I wasn't thinking I was going to play today, somebody's like, that's the Pac-Man guy. Okay, so the tangent there is I'm now starting to hone in as a human being to be humble, because most of the people I'm inspired by, the most in the world, the Jenny Maddoxes and people like that are just like doing the small fight for the big reasons, and then they're not getting noticed, but that's okay, because the people that resonate with that energy really are making big things happen. They're making big things happen, and they're stopping the little things, which is making them not produce. We're trying to be in a flow state where we can all produce. So 2,500 of us Pac-Maniacs now are living our best life, trying to be the best in the world. And because for some reason I got to be inspired by all of the things in my life to make me do a cold shot, because I spent 25 years in a fucking cave building this Pac-Man empire to myself, where I'm competing against these small elite of people, and that's a whole nother story. What I'm doing is going to create a platform for all of these people to be the superstars of gaming that they once were again, because that's what's not being talked about. We're talking about getting together and doing speedruns for charity, and that's great. we're streaming those things, and people know that the Arcuses and the Ryus, and I keep saying those people because those are the people that actually bring my attention enough to hone in onto it. And if I have to have a disclaimer, I don't look into you guys more because I still want to beat Ninja Turtles without looking at somebody else's fucking tech. I'm 43 years old. I still want to beat Ninja Gaiden without studying somebody doing it step for step and then learning how to do it, because I am good enough where if I study your tech, I will fucking actuate. There's things that I'm trying to do for the DuckTales community with things that me and my son have decided to iron sharpens iron off of, and get those things off the ground where the DuckTales community will then not have to task up run or rack up run the best run. We will all as a community anti-fucking gatekeep up to the best run, so we can as gamers rise together and be happy about it and not be like, I'm not making the most money creating this accomplishment, or I'm not making the most money creating this accomplishment. I was never lucky enough to, as Brian, I'll just say Brian Keith, to be able to get in the industry and have my voice heard, and now the Vid-Bits has given me the ability to do that. So even if tomorrow we lose 90% of our subscribers, the ones that then now are joining the 20 or so people that really get it are then going to be the true growth that we would have wanted to start with anyways, and now we're fucking rolling, guys. This is just the beginning. So what I guess my by proxy point is, I'm using my dream as being Pac champion to help you actuate yours. And I'm doing that also in a team with my son, so it's not just me, because I never would have got there had he not helped me figure it out. But it's not just him that did it, it's a village that, it takes a village to raise an idiot, and I really have been that way, because we're all kind of idiots when we're figuring things out, if we're not being honest with ourselves that we don't have it all together when we're trying to do that. So I know it's a lot to unpack, and eventually we won't talk about it to that degree, and I mean, I really have so much to say to so many people that want to hear it, so it's about time that you feed us so we can continue to give fucking energies out, because it's the point now where the universes and all the fucking ebbs and flows of it are like, okay, they keep saying that you have to live your real life job and do your passion on the side, and then eventually they'll become the same. Well, what happens when you're at that balance then where it's about to shift over, where you're doing your real life job, or your passion job is your real life job, and the other one you're saying fuck you? Well, I'm at that, but I can't do that because I don't want to have the support system and the sponsorship being my people around me, because they've sponsored me to the point where they're tapped now. We need to be pinged and resonated and healed as a group so I can create this energy, because it's infectious. And you guys will all make money from the people that don't want to see people succeed to the people that are with us. You're all going to make money, I promise you. And we're okay with it because we kind of quantified why it makes sense. So we're the Vid-Bits. We're here to change the game. It is a bit egotistical, but fuck if people's ego didn't drive them to do great things like all the different people that are considered geniuses. I mean, I was never told what level genius I was for a reason, because if I would have got this copy before, then I would have fucking done horrible things with my life. So, I'm Brian from the Vid-Bits. We are a little bit different. We're fucking amazing because you guys are part of it too, and you continue to help motivate and culture us to be more amazing every day. We're going to be the Pac-Man World Champion until this game closes down. So hopefully you guys don't ever close it down, so we'll be the Pac-Man World Champion until somebody else does the work. And I can't wait to tell you guys who's putting in the work of these 2,500 people out of 10,000 people, which, you know, I don't even care. Like, these people are putting in the work to try to be famous, and then if they can become famous, they can do stuff like we are, and using our voice to fucking be selfless and say, hey, we just want 20% of the profit that we make as a company, and the other 80% goes back to you guys that are investing in us and believe in us, are really fucking here, and we're going to be transparent with how we use the money, so you guys don't feel like you're fucking wasting it with accountability, because unfortunately, I as a consumer on YouTube have been burned when people are not fully transparent, especially unfortunately with how their money goes to charities and stuff. So when I talk about wanting to have conversations with the right people to get the mentality shifted, where even we're healing the people that are working in the industry that are working hard too, so they start to create again. So we're bringing some of you guys out of semi-retirement. Okay? You guys are like, some of you guys deserve to just do the stuff that you want to do because you're millionaires. So you should just do whatever the stuff that you want. But you're also influencers now, and we realize that it takes a lot at that point to know what an influencer truly is. So with that being said, we're taking another drink from what our sponsor is, which is water. We're also blessed by the circles and lines, the maths, and everything that puts this together. So if you don't understand, these maths are the reason why we care about these numbers, and these numbers are the top 10 leaderboard in the fucking world of people that are trying to be the best at Pac-Man. So let's not quantify it as it's Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs or Pac-Mania or Pac and Pow or whatever. It's Pac-Man, and it's the best one and the newest one that's out. So I am the best in the world at Pac-Man right now. The new one, obviously, and I'm not as good at the older ones that I want to be, but I can't wait to be standing in front of those machines, taping it, showing you guys my tech, learning from the fucking masters, and being humbled to be able to learning tree. It's gonna be a fucking good time going in the future, guys. We're on year 2, so what we were gonna talk about in year 7 about all the cool things that we've done. It's gonna be amazing. So join the Vid-Bits Fun Club today. It's infectious, and just know that we're just here to try to help you self-actuate, hydrate a little bit, and floof your Chifos. We have a beautiful Siberian Husky. He's 4 years old. He's definitely a more emotional support animal. So whatever your emotional support animal is stop trauma dumping on your circle because they're trying to grow too. Unless for some reason that you build up to the point where you have to be relatable to them. Let's call it be relatable to them. You don't always have to fucking build up to a fight. Just try to have a point of relatability where you guys will both accept each other at face value. And man, let's fucking go, guys. Maximum right now, Pow Boom, and we're gonna activate up here with number 20 spot on the global leaderboard. We did the US leaderboard last night on the first episode of Chomp Champs, and I know they said this was going to go over the Pops Plays channel, and this is what we talk about, maximum right now, Pow Boom. Other people would have, when they realized on their sub channel they didn't activate streaming and it wasn't going to go live for 24 hours, and they said on their other thing that they weren't going to do another episode, they would have been like, no. But I feel like the creative juices means that I have to kind of still get some stuff in the can, and I've promised to made the contract that I was going to do it live streaming every time I did it. So we're going to do a little bit today, do our programming scheduling block for today, and then I'll hit up a little bit more at night because I can't let some of these people get too much ahead of me, man. I don't want to pay too much attention to some people, so unfortunately, unless you are in the top 20, you don't get too much recognition. But I might be adding a new segment to kind of motivate some of these people to get up into the top 20 because we're always going to be talking about you guys. And again, it's up to you to get up in your socials and start to become the superstar gamers that I'm going to try to make you with the platform that you guys are going to be blessed to be. It's such a great flux that once it gets us up there, if you don't want somebody like Toy Hunter to get more recognition, then don't like and subscribe to the Vid-Bits or Pops Plays so that you don't grow the brand, so that we don't start talking about great games, guys like Toy Hunter that's not getting his recognition, or maybe Gamer Bowl. But I want to start at the bottom because the first guy to edge in here is number 20, and it's Daddy Mark. And I really wish I could denote what platform he's going to be in. We will have all that, and we will be the only place that when we say what their name is, what platform they're on, unless you guys submit it to me, when I can find a way to dial in the time that's not in our programming schedule. I don't have enough free time right now. That doesn't make sense to people that's not in the spot that I'm in. So when you get there creatively and you listen to people like Pirate Software, there's people out there that I don't know what it is, man, but they have the ability to unlock wherever you're at creatively, and I just hope that you are willing to take that. And it could be because you're not even giving what you have, right? You have to wipe out to succeed, and right now we're wiped out in every level, but we're still trying to produce. So that's when you get that mentality, you'll be where you're balanced and ready to move up and highly resonate. So we're resonating high with a guy like Daddy Mark out of the 2,500 people that, and I might be low in it. I hope that when we talk about, by the time we talk about this, so you're like, what the hell, Bri, there's 10,000 people playing that game now, or and then when we're talking about this again in perpetuity, what do you mean? That's got an install base of 100,000 people, and then eventually we were going to talk about this where there wasn't bots at all, and it's just full of pack maniacs that want to beat me because I have such a legacy. I will be the Roman Reigns of this game, and you will freaking hate the fact that I'm the double Chomp champion. You guys will start buying this game to beat me and become one of or both of the champions. But right now, for North America and the globe, I am the best in the world in this game until you prove me otherwise. And we've also proven and quantified that I'm not the best because I'm facing other of you. You guys just decided to not become pack maniacs and face me to the point where I have to be wasting my time against AI bots that I'm encouraging the people at Bandai Namco to increase the difficulty, and so I start getting more losses so that these standings actually become more regulated. We're even willing to admit that. But when the whole thing comes together, everybody that felt that they should be a pack maniac and are not, and they're held back by somebody in society saying stop playing video games, their inner child that grew up and is just that one thing isn't clicking because they're not being happy, those are the people that are going to start enjoying this, and the culture and what we create with this is going to be infectious, guys, I'm telling you. And you're going to be like, yeah, they were shilling the Vid-Bits, and maybe it sounds like they were shilling people at Bandai Namco and all that, and they played Dark Souls. Oh, it was a gimmick, and no, they weren't. We're not even sponsored yet. We naturally gravitated towards what we enjoy on what's actually being great in gaming, and me being able to enjoy the older stuff, and Braden being able to enjoy the newer stuff, and then us also putting our senses of uncomfortability. He knows he's good at these older games, but he doesn't want to put the time in to get that good because he doesn't want to. He's basically saying humbly he knows he could be the Pac-Man champion in the world, but he wants to be awesome at Dark Souls. Versus I'm intimidated to play a game like Dark Souls, but I love living vicariously through not only my child's play, but like watching the fact that I don't know if I could do it, but man, if I watch him long enough, I might be able to do it. And sometimes when you're just watching somebody do the thing, it's like, mwah, that's the thing. And we're also being that too, so rip us off if you want to. We don't want you to. So whoever just did a banner imitation is the most sincere form of flattery, and that's as far as we're going to talk about it. But please don't let us get legal teams into it, because I know that at this point, the right eyes are looking at us, and they will have our back, and that's just not going to look good for you. You're trying to get you're trying to shake the system, right? Maybe what we said have shooken you, and one of the things that we've talked about, and you're trying to get yourself back up. We want that to happen too. Just stick to your own lane, do your own thing, and sometimes move in silence. But when you rip us off, that's not moving silently at all. So with that being said, I'm going to take another drink from our sponsor, water, and we're going to go into the top 20 Chomp champions of the world. I did the U.S. Eastern Division last time because that's the only one I can see. Again, when we start to get the metrics in and hone it in, I'll have more of a spreadsheet, so I won't have to read off this as much. I will just be able to kind of ping it to see if it's changed a little bit, and maybe even somebody that's smarter in tech than we are can have something that eventually can update in real time, like a ticker and sports and stuff, because these people really are superstars, putting in the time, as we can attest in the last 20 not 20 days, 14, it's like 16 days. It's stamped live since we started being a Pac-Maniac in 2024. So Daddy Mar comes in at the number 20 spot with 271 wins and 4 losses, with a rating of 19,278. Number 19, we have Toy Hunter at a win-loss record of 299 and 3, with a rating of 19,372. Number 18, Gamer Bull, with a win-loss record of 279 and 5, with a rating of 19,765. Number 17, Insanity Drew, with a win-loss record of 279 and 1 and a rating of 20,492. Also tied, but then somehow in 16th place, mainly by the metric of rating, which is really what you should be going by if you're trying to play this game. And you're trying to do well, which we've basically over-explained the tech at this point. So we're going to try to now just be humble and just move forward, knowing that if you have questions, when we can get to them, we'll talk to you if you have them. But most of the time it's Pac-Man, and you just need to find your own thing. But I do over-explain it because I'm a Pac-Maniac. So number 16 is Guardian Fan Such, with the same win-loss record, 279 and 1, and a rating of 20,665. And then we have number 15, P-Man 454. Now, normally we won't get as involved as we are with somebody that we don't know, but they need to reactivate because they are slowly dropping down. I think last time we pinged them, they were on the cusp of just missing out of being in the top 10 again, and there's very hungry people chomping away through these halls that are taking those spots and rapidly dropping them down. So unfortunately, I've been trying to motivate this player. Maybe they just got edged out by unfortunate disconnect. There's lots of reasons why you can get that 1 and 298 and 1 or 361 and 1. We've had reasons. I can give you 3 different reasons that are the 3 reasons why I have losses that are not because somebody was better than me other than those situations, but I digress. So 15, I hope that you are going to hear this somehow, and I will be able to talk about how you're rising in the ranks. P-Man, I'm assuming Pac-Man, but maybe not. 454 with the 298 and 1, so close to what you were attaining for, which is to do what number 14 has done, and you with the rating of 21,381. And I also take another drink real quick. It's just when you talk a lot, your vocal cords get dry also too, so even if you're not drinking water because I'm reminding you to hydrate, or drinking whatever else that's in your hydration vessel, it's just important. I know that people do it and people don't overanalyze why you should do it, but when you see somebody that you're watching as an influencer and you see that they're talking for a long time and they grab their vessel and they drink it from you live, then maybe then you should probably just also use that as like a click to do it too. So number 14, we have Lucifer Heaven with a perfect win-loss record of 302 and Goose Egg 0-0. Zilch Nada. And I hope that you continue to enjoy that, because there's a myriad of reasons why that can happen, and you should really just be sticking to the lane of worrying about your rating of 21,483. Remember, it's the quality of the play, not the quantity, and you'll know that as you see this progress. We have True Carnage then coming in at 13, with a 327 win-loss record, 327-1, and he's got a rating of 23,808. Just as a clarification, if I ever misgender you, again, when you start to hone in your stuff and I start to see it from a spreadsheet, I'll be able to produce you out with proper pronouns. And also, if ever anybody's ever mentioned on this and they don't want to be mentioned at all, they can simply say redacted, and I will make sure when you're featured, I just don't say that. I'll just say redacted, and the people that play the game will know who you are, but I won't be giving you, unfortunately, you're still going to have visual exposure, and I just won't say your name. I'll skip over giving you the announcer's treatment. I don't want to be disrespectful to people that are getting blown up now because of this, but I figured if you're a professional gamer and you're competing to this level, you've been waiting for this your whole life, and you're going to be happy when people start giving you credit for doing what you're doing, which is putting in the time. So it's going to mean even more when we're facing each other too, guys, because these things are going to settle, and you're really going to see that even when I'm not the champion of the world, if that happens, or when that happens, or if it doesn't happen, I will still have created this format and be happy to MC this stuff and tout all the moves that people are making, especially when you start making yourself superstars by linking your play to your socials when you're beating other people that are superstars. It's going to flux in. We just have to believe in ourselves. And before we get to the top 10, because it's a flow state, actually right now, this whole thing, this whole idea, take Pac-Man, Pac-Mania, and when you're looking at the Battle Royale format, you can see how it already works in other structures. So one person wants to be the best in 100 and they play Fortnite. One person, they decided how to be the best in 100. Well, us arcaders have always wanted to be the people in the arcade that on the top of the electronic leaderboard I would put, VID or BIT. Back in the day, like, the Whiz Kids, they only wanted to put WIZ. Well, right now, you're always in all these competitive games. We know that you can compete in them, but when we create a culture and a social awareness, then when we take the virtual aspect of it and we remove it, and these people can become physically superstars, they are respected out of nowhere, where they start to believe in themselves and self-actuate and do all the things that they can do to be able to clean up and be out in public, hit the conventions up. We can create a resurgence of monetary gains across the board, which will make everybody happy again, from the people that want to see people succeed to the people that don't want to see people succeed. So all I can see is the people that don't want to see people succeed be so happy that they start to adapt this as a model, and I don't see anything wrong with telling you to hydrate and self-actuate other people that are going to just go on and start to be creative, which is going to, let people make money. You can also be creative by pushing buttons on your phone to make them money, or in that case, you can be creative and make them more money by pushing buttons on your camera to take pictures, pushing buttons on your controller to activate a video game to let other people see it, pushing your buttons on the computer to edit that stuff. It's just amazing what you can do, and I'm using Pac-Man as a catalyst to activate something that my mother wrote in my baby book, likes Pac-Man. And again, I haven't taken the picture yet because it's very personal. But I couldn't have known that I liked Pac-Man for something that my mother wrote in my baby book, when there's like the lock of hair from when you're born before you can talk, and like one of your teeth from when they used to do that creepy weird stuff, and put that in your baby book. Like, you couldn't have done that stuff. I don't even remember losing that tooth or her cutting my hair, but she remembered that I loved Pac-Man so much that to write it down so I would know that I loved it. So, it could have been anything. That could be anything. So take Pac-Man, make it your own, put it in your own lane, or also please adopt this to the theory of Pac-Man. Developers, you can develop when you're developing tech to make your game a gacha or a pay to win. Maybe start to go back to the old school feels of unlocks and how you can make the good feeling of the game sell the game's concept. So now when the increase in sales happen, I hope that Bandai Namco decides that they want to give the Vid-Bits some of it, because I think that we can say that when the tick of this happens, and us being a really well representative for the brand, both being wholesome as much as we can be, and humble, appreciative, and thankful about Pac-Man's influence in our life, which we haven't even gotten to that more than this. We can say that it's a win-win for us guys if you guys are still looking at our sponsorship. But then again, I'm not even I still would rep your brand, but if the contract terms aren't right, I still would hopefully be okay. Hopefully that you guys with us rep the brand, but still respectfully understand that we'll make the money in whatever way it's supposed to come, and you will too, because we're still going to be selling your game and selling Dark Souls and the Souls stuff, because that's who we are as core gamers, and we appreciate those things. So again, end of rant. I'm sorry, tangents are hard. I only go through them when I feel like I have to say it, because like Eminem says, and I've also said that before, you only get one chance to blow, so you better not miss your chance, yo, and or something like that. And again, I'm sorry, Jesse, that you decided that you wanted to give me a double write-up, and I'll take it, and it's fine. But at the end of the day, when like we're laughing about it, and you're like, man, you're famous and everything, and you're activating all this change. Yeah, that's an egotist thing to say, but I'll be like, yeah, and I'm gonna write you up. You know what I mean? So I love you guys, and again, sorry for disrupting the flow of this, but also this like the equivocal exchange of giving these people the glory is still I have the ego of having to maintain being the PAC champion of the world. And David Dow is trying to be the PAC champion of the world at number 12 with the awesome 333-0 win-loss record and a rating of 24,611. If you're in chat, which you probably aren't, because we are the best kept hidden secret here in YouTube, Father-Son Gaming, and all of what we do. The wonderful William Grieve is saying, why is the live looping? I don't know. I don't know why the live is looping. Because what I'm saying is crazy? I don't know. Hopefully it is being transmitted still, I hope. I don't have anybody producing, so I guess I'll be right back, because I hope it's not continuously looping and I didn't lose all of what I said to time, because William Grieve says, why is the live looping? And I'm not sure, so I'll be right back as I look back and see if there's any technical issues from what came on in the stream. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. After an extensive an analyzation of the stream, I didn't find an issue. I appreciate you, William, for letting me know. I just am self-modding right now, so I didn't have the ability to check that on the fly because obviously I'm second monitoring all that stuff. So I appreciate you and the time, and I hope that everything's okay. I just watched it back live on a television past the stream, and it didn't seem like there was any issues, so I apologize for whatever personal issues you were going through. Hey Vids, nice, that's sweet. I appreciate you, man. So again, we just left off in the global leaderboard, and we were at number 12, David Dow 00, with a 333-0 win-loss record and the rating of 24,611. Coming in at number 11, I think that they are being pushed down the spot a little bit, but I think it may also been competing against them in the leaderboard in the U.S. Eastern Division. So we have Nielo at 361-1 with a rating of 25,505. Only the 11th person to do that on the global leaderboard. So before we get in the top 10, I always like to, when I have pauses, take a chance to take a sip of water, our sponsored water, and then look at some stuff like people that are in chat and address them. We got the Vids in chat. We got Matthew in chat. What's up, guys? The Vids says, I got here like just when you left. But hi, hey, what's up? That's kind of funny because that means, you know, you came back in the perfect time. You missed all the spots. Nothing offensive to William Grieve. He was just trying to let me know what he thought was a technical issue, and that could have been on either end. But that's the great thing, is because our community is helping us right now. We're not big budgeted, guys. The Vid-Bits Fun Club and anybody that hangs out with us that really comes in and supports me or Braden during any of our individual streams or together, which creates the Vid-Bits and what we do, they help us out because they're the people that we're going to lift up. And when you guys sponsor us, those are the people like Matthew and people like the Vids. We're going to take care of those people because they believed in us when even sometimes our local support systems didn't. So, you know, when you are in a situation like this, you know, we're all on the bottom and we're trying to come up. You just rise together and the wave lifts them up. So I'm very appreciative to have people like the Vids and Matthew, because when I said that I was going to become the Chomp champion of the world, guys, right? We said it. We started the folder 2 weeks ago. You guys were there at the beginning. You all came in here for a reason, and you believed in this small channel, this little blossoming channel. We don't have even 3,000 subscribers, and of the 2,600 people that are subscribed, only really 12 believe or 20 believe, and you're part of those people. So we won't take care of like the whole group of people. No offense, but the priorities of all the money for the Vid-Bits Fun Club will always go to the people that have been here in the chats and talking to us that are not even they don't have to be the paying members. They can be the subs that have been always around. Like right now, the Vids and the Matthews say you guys give us millions of dollars, and we were only able to give away a thing out of the 12 people that are part of the Fun Club and subscribers that have been talking. They're the first people that are going to get a new PlayStation, the bike that they need, the ability to get their art kits that they need to be able to be an artist, or their musicians to be a music, their fucking labs if they want to be a DJ. And I just love that we have people that are inspiring each other, like the Vids and Matthew in chat, and then William Grieve trying to help me and do a technical adjustment, and he's one of the people that are from the ground floor. You know, we're all struggling, but we're still trying to help each other, and even if they're not creating on their own, they're now trying to help somebody else that's trying to inspire other people to create. So that's what the Vid-Bits is about. As much as great gaming, we're blessed to have great culture of gaming, and we're great historians, and we're not all, nobody reinvented the wheel. So when we do know these things, it's because we've been obsessive YouTubers in the gaming community, listen to people that are cultured, and learn from people like Norm the gaming historian and Matt Pat, and so it's like the culture is being able to be exposed through you. And if we're wrong, please fact check us, because we'd like to be corrected. We're humble and appreciative of that, and very thankful that you guys will be in a situation where you would correct us when you're right. But don't be keyboard warriors, because what we're creating, like I said, even though there's 2,600 subscribers and maybe more of them are starting to convert every day, you guys are not saying stuff in chat. Start engaging in chat, guys. And I'm not saying it because I just want you to be part of the Fun Club, but you apparently are, and you just are afraid to say something, and you're not talking to the other people in chat that are talking to each other or talking to us already. And we want you guys to create the community yourself, the Discord yourself, and then go hang out in the Minecraft server that we work so hard at, and then make it not your problem. So if you don't like Minecraft and you're like, oh, now they're the Minecraft people, we have over 850 videos and only like 3 are Minecraft, because it's a side passion. It is what we play in our side time, and that's our problem in our side time when we're obsessed about that, and it pushes the gaming schedule. And you're like, why are they tired and they're off? Well, maybe they're trying to help the couple people in their community that's really giving them the time time. They may not have the money, but they're clicking on the stuff, they're liking, they're sharing, they're subscribing to show their time to help us grow, which is the minimum that you can do. The minimum, guys. We talk about min-max here sometimes as far as gaming tech, and maybe misuse it sometimes, but when we say min-max, you can min-max your life when you love a creator. You can minimally like, share, and subscribe their stuff, and then if you don't like it at the maximum, you can still just unsubscribe when you didn't like it, but maybe you exposed somebody else to it and that was enough to help. And then you still sometimes hate watch it and we don't understand why. That's just a part of the culture. We watch Crash TV when you're in public and you're on the highway and you're driving by, you gawk at a wreck. I don't know why. So that's just the mentality of the herd mentality. But the people that are really supporting and are forgetting to do those things, unfortunately, are not helping us grow at the rate that we would like, so that we can help people like the Vids and Matthew and us, so we can eat and drink good water and have a safe space to create and be able to help inspire people to create as well. So with that being said, I just want to let that be known before we go into the top 10, because it is a equivocal exchange, so we have to selfishly plug, and then we have to settle the stream and take a deep breath and release our ego to everything, because unfortunately, guys, we have the weight of the world on our shoulders to continue to have this type of platform to influence. And the major brand PACMAN, the world's first majorly recognizable mascot. I mean, you take a slice of a pizza pie and there he's looking at you. He's very simple to draw. He's very fun to be around because he's infectious. If you're not listening to us or liking us for PACMAN content, you can go on socials and see PACMAN and doing all the crazy things he's doing in the community. And the Vid-Bits can't wait to do awesome things and give him high fives, because we're high five people around here. So give him high fives and do that infectious stuff where we spread PACMAN culture and heal the culture and make people feel the wonderment of being children again, and all of it being selfless, knowing that if we do blow up and we become multi-millionaires, we will only take 20% of it, and 10% for Bray, 10% for me, so we can improve whatever other dreams we want to do selfishly that are like, I want to be a voiceover actor, and I don't know what really other things Bray wants to do, because this is all he wanted to do is his dream, so he's never talked to me about other dreams. I guess that's another thing, is when you start stacking dreams on dreams, then your ego goes crazier and crazier. You're going to feel like that too, because I think you're already feeling that way when you're hanging out here, and we are like such a secret that out of the 2,600 subscribers, only people like Matthew and the Vids are constantly hanging out and motivating us. And look how motivated we are by 2 people, guys. And if there wasn't those people, me and Bray would just be gamers. So we'd be doing this by ourselves like you are if you're not trying to be Nello, number 11, who now gets the recognition from somebody that has a platform that's selfishly losing the lead and using his time to give Nello those props. If you haven't watched the playthroughs and how awesome I am performing for you guys, is the narrative for the game is the chase, right? At first I gave them such a lead that I had the chase. I had to chase so hard, and I had to push myself in everything I could think of to do it, and I literally was inspired by the fact that I knew I could do it internally, but people like the Vids and Matthew and William Grieve that were in chat today, and like the other, I guess I'll start to hone in, and no offense to the people that we talk about all the time, but to make it more special, I'm going to stop doing it as much so that you, you know, when you're not in stream, you feel more like when you are watching, or when you do have that time, then I guess you tune in more. But we do have lots of other people that come in and are starting to build our brand that are not, I'd say 2,500 people that are sub because they like some of the things that we've done, and we love the things that we've done that brought them here. But now it's like, let's start getting the space, you know, elevated, so we've bottomed out financially, and we would love to be able to create and be able to be healthy and happy to do it. And look at what you're feeling about this now. So when we can do stuff like give a new computer if they needed it to the Vids or our Matthew, because, you know, we have a large amount of money now because we're giving 80% back to our business and the community, and part of that is philanthropy and helping you live and activate your dreams. Because if we didn't have, you know, our friends that really believed in us, the ones that really do, and that's not, you know, thinking about who hasn't, that's just a totally different thing. That's negative. Let's not focus on that. Let's resonate at the true support system, the person at the drive-through that helped you out, that you guys talk to and high five every day, that they're also feeling the same way. You know how you feel residents. Most of the time it's in retail, because you sometimes see retail people in your lively loops, the grocery store clerks, the people that are your courier people, people that make your pizza the right way every week. Sometimes you ping those people and you guys are resonating with each other's struggle more than necessarily the people in your family. Maybe you're also doing that out of respect to not burn them out, but we all call it venting, stuff like that, so that you don't have miscommunication issues. And we at the Vid-Bits are human, so we do that too as well, but I digress. The thing is, you need to think that those things, those human connections are what motivates you. And right now, even if we don't go around in our community, because of the smaller community that are people all over the globe, they're not even in our own backyard so far, so we know the reach is there, that those people are bottoming out and still giving us dollars, and we're telling them not to, and we need them. And those people are still the people that we're thinking about when we get the money. We're giving an 80-20 split to those fans, and we'll be able to help them activate their dreams and working towards that and the betterment of society as a whole. So people like the Vids and Matthew do whatever they want to do. And we love them, and as a community, they've been selfishly not even bragging about what their own plights are. They've been our struggles, and that's what again is. You don't want to trauma dump us because we're trying to rise as an energy. Once we get the money to selfishly, we get the money to be able to create the ultimate gaming playground, to be able to be inspired to do great videos for you guys and have you come in and do great projects together as co-creators. When that stuff happens, we will be able to settle down about the energy, because you're already going to see the seeds are planted. We're the Johnny Appleseed of YouTube. We are planting the seeds, and the ways that you guys water them makes it so that you can do things like set a goal like Babe Ruth, and in 2 weeks, like a summer camp, baseball summer camp type thing, tell your small community that really cares, out of the 2,600 people, if I'm going to wrangle it in, that the dozen people that have rose us up to this occasion made us say that we are going to become under insurmountable odds with somebody having a day and a half in time ahead of us that paid to get there, that also is obsessed with Pac-Man and maybe is equal of a Pac-Maniac as my rival, that we took all of that shit. We also took all of our responsibilities on and kept all of the other balls in the air to keep all the social contracts equal, so we didn't fuck anybody else's residences up. And we became the Pac-Man champion of the world. So when it's Chomp Champs, I am the Chomp Champion. So that's the United States, that's also the global, that's both of them. And that's how the ego should go. But when I'm in my community, and I don't even tell anybody anything, I don't wear branded anything Pac-Man, I just wear my whatever gamer stuff, and I don't talk about it. If I just go around them now, the energy that I feel because of the balance and awesome of the creativity, and know that I'm only out to be in those people because I don't want to be antisocial, and I want to just be able to still eat my sandwich at my fast food place and ride my bike around town and all that shit. And unfortunately, like, not to segue, but Steve Buscemi unfortunately is like-minded, and he can't fucking do that because somebody attacked him, but that's whatever. I digress. And it's one of those situations where I'm like, now I know why. You have to stay humble, stay grounded. Keanu Reeves is the same way. He resonates in a way where he doesn't need it. Your love's the type of thing you have to earn. You don't need it. That whole mentality. That's why Bo Burnham's successful. That's why those type of people have made it. And like, now we have had confirmation from more people than we need. We've been around people that are successful and resonating higher. So if you're hanging out in the fun club, just do the simplest thing by tell somebody else around you to tune in, like, share, and subscribe selflessly. And you don't have to give us another $1, but by just doing that, eventually this will happen, so I can fucking manically shut up about it and just play games and give features to people like Nello, number 11, with a 361 win-loss record and with a rating of 25,505. And we also have, hold on one second, we bopped out there because we're resonating so high and freaking out and not settling the stream, or as Danny says, breathe. And you can breathe through saying it if you have to. You can count to 10, you can take that deep breath. It's what's going to make you not say something fucking stupid, and it's going to keep your creative juices flowing. It's going to make it so that you, I mean, if you can't do that, then just fucking write something down instead of telling somebody. And that's not just the person that knows I'm talking about it, it's also fucking me. It's anybody else that just, if you have anything that you think is overly fucking complicated to say to somebody, write that shit down before you say it. If you can look at that shit and think that that energy still needs to maintain the same energy, because right now when our chat texts me, we are so on the same wavelength, I feel their emotions, and text does not convey that unless you're resonating the same way. So number 10, Space, I resonate with his name because he is Space Man. He's got a gimmick. So if he takes that gimmick and he launches his own YouTube as Space, he can know that the Chomp Champion is talking about him every day. Sometimes when I can do multiple times a day, and when I get to do this full-time job, we'll do a sportscaster thing, and when we need a mid-show to talk about the people that are working hard in the bronze tier to motivate them, somebody can handle that. We can all make money. Again, we can all make money, and this is brought to you by our sponsor, Water, and they are awesome, and I hope that they enjoy all the money that we're making them, because they exist, we can hydrate enough to fucking talk about people like Space. So 383 impressively in O, and again, Space, let me tell you this. As somebody with insurmountable odds that had over 600 wins and was then started, around 600 wins is when we started publicizing the leaderboard because we knew it was the right thing to do. And we knew that P-Man, he was in a trio of people that were undefeated. So I started touting these trios that were undefeated when it was the top of the leaderboard, and that's when we can actually go back and get some of the archival footage of maybe what the leaderboards looked like when I know I was scrolling through them, so we can see how we all moved a little bit. And like, because I just don't, you're not going to see the raw footage of how all these things work, because unfortunately sometimes archival footage is lost, and a lot of times I've seen, like in my son, he was trying to find archival footage of stuff that I did that's in the Wayback Machine that was on like Angel Fire pages. So when people fucking really care, they really care to find it. So somebody one day will really care to know as much about this as possible for the fact that it's got Pac-Man attached to it. And he's fucking awesome. So we got Space, you know, putting the time 383 and 0, and I guess the point is there's reasons that you can lose that. So at the end of the day, it's how you feel about it. So don't put the super pressure on yourself to, you know, freak out if you lose it, and realize there's multiple reasons that can happen. So I'm betting, if I was a betting man, and then you can only see it because I've not gotten up there, but at the top there, Kofi, he's feeling that pressure now because of other people like me losing it for stupid reasons. So with that being said, you are in the top 10. I would be just motivated to stay in the splash page because I'm always going to talk about you for sure, and you always should be moving up because you're Space, so you should be on the conversation. But when you're worried about honing in towards the conversation, don't worry about losing that fucking first loss. This isn't a jinx for you to get it. I'm just saying I've done enough matches that mathematically 4 times the amount you have, that now statistically 3 different reasons, or categorically the different reasons that I could accept as a human for it to fucking happen. So just enjoy some good games. Enjoy your own personal growth, and however you feel about it, that's how it is. Because I know that you're a competitor, and unless you just had a time where you freaked out about this game a couple times and then called it a day, I don't think so, because I see you continue to move, and this is supposed to be motivating. So Space, make your own socials, start recording your own YouTube gameplay. Please tag the Vid-Bits in it. Please like, share, and subscribe all of this. That would be this and Pops Plays. Right now I still have to create on the Vid-Bits channel exclusively, but all this stuff will be going to the Pops Plays channel. So please realize that, and when we can continue to cross, you know, like I say, networking, we can get your name out there too when you're doing great things in all the marathon sessions you have. And I know that they seem like mindless and meaningful because they're against bots, and until Bandai Namco like makes the quality of the bots AI higher, or we have the ability to accept, because as a community we should be accepting that they should be better, because when we're all playing at the same time, the chaos of a whole screen of freaking Pac-Man, when they have, even though we're separated, those people that unfortunately are more towards the middle, they're going to get people coming in on them. And I think that you know what I mean. It just hasn't happened yet because people have doom and gloomed this game towards whatever. But if everybody realizes, if we speak about it more positively, everybody's going to make more money. Us as small creators, people that we're trying to feature, that are trying to become gaming superstars, when you're featured on the stuff that you're doing, like the windfall for everything is amazing. It's like when you drop a pebble in the lake and you watch the waters ripple out. It's the halo effect of it, if you will. So if you or anybody I'm talking to, when I'm saying your name, just insert my name. He could be talking about me when I get in the top 10, because I will be. So I'm speaking to you as well. So Space, you know, make your own socials and start creating. Even if you don't think you can be a gamer, I'm speaking about you, and you're competing, and I know that you're rising in the leaderboard, so you're doing something. And we 2 weeks ago told our fan base that we were going to be Chomp champion of the world, and here we are with the platform to help you, motivate you to be a better, you know, more productive gamer. Because if anything else, you're showing and inspiring other people, and if gaming's your thing, then you're doing it, and that's how you're inspiring people. Because people like me, who are nothing, who has no money in their bank account, who is starving, who doesn't have the money to give you that the future me will give you, and people like you that are part of the Vid-Bits Fun Club with our 80%, 80-20 split, knowing that you guys need, it's not because when we get it, we won't need it. We won't need any more than what we're going to get. So we can give you guys the ability to live your dreams and be pro gamers, be philanthropists, be, you know, doctors, lawyers, you know, better husbands, wives, because you can get the, you know, the space to be safe in your house, or whatever that launch pad is. When the community votes on it, you'll have the ability to have that. And it's all because people like us were inspired by other creators that got it right, like Pirate Software, and like, you know, in different ways, people like Moist Critical, and, you know, I love Moist, and again, I'm gushing about it, and I know that's, oh my god, phrasing, boom, but the mentality of, it's a stink fist to this society, because certain people are not going to get you, and you don't fucking want them associated with your brand anyways. And when you get a harmony of all those brands that are in the same nexus of a flow state, where they just want to be better, and they want to be able to be individual but better, but then it pushes out the people that are not going to be like having their best interests. So we're trying to resonate towards that. So I think that you're starting to get together. The algorithm is starting to pair us together. So if anything else, that gets us in a situation where we can have a conversation and explain ourselves, and that's where we'll collide as far as like talking about sponsorship. But I just feel like there's a lot of brand synergy there, or at least if in the very minimum, us creating the new hub, the new, I know it's, I'm just gonna give my examples, like the newgrounds.com, or like a normal boots type situation, or like G4 when it was a nexus for creativity, and then they got enough groundswell where it actually worked on cable because people were paying attention to it to actually give it something, until they just unfortunately started to over diversify by putting stupid shit on there. You know, a la MTV was all about music, then we got to put game shows on there type thing. So I digress. We're just trying to be the best channel we can be on YouTube, which is a television about being you, and I think we finally figured out what the algorithm wants YouTube to be, or at least the new flavor of Coke about it, and not taste fucking shitty in your mouth. So we're going to be spending those times and those energies and getting less manic about that and more mania about Pac-Man, Pac-Mania with number 10 space, the 383 and 0. And again, that was just also a tangent about, you know, if we bring it back around space, just chill and have fucking fun playing Pac-Man, because I'm talking about you, because you're awesome. 383 and 0 and 27,754. Number 9, Shanuel with a 407 and 2 win-loss record. 407 and 2 with a rating of 27,791. Coming in at number 8 is Eve Branch with a 430 and 5 win-loss record with a rating of 29,047. Now to the splash page, and I have to take a moment to take a sip and look at what we got going on in chat. We got, it's the Viz. His name is the Pac-Man. He knows we've repped OG Pac-Man the whole time. We didn't know why we did it. We always stink fist technology as far as like video games go. They'll be like, don't do this, we'll do that. Don't talk to me again, we will. Oh, because we talked to you 5 times, you give us the thing. Oh, don't look at this, I looked at it 5 times, why are you doing break the fourth wall guy? Where when the developers look at the guy, okay, you hit the button 1,000 times, then like, okay, I'll give you an example. Suicodent 2, if you fucking do the initial fight where they do a fight and then they push you off in the scene, and you do it 108 times, or like literally you should we jump? No, we shouldn't jump. You have to go through 3 MacGuffins where it's like accept on the first option, accept on the first option. Then if you are mindless and you accept on it, so you can't use like a turbo controller, it fucking does the thing because it switches the activator to the 3rd option even type situation, and you have to do that meticulously and do a fight 108 times. And then after you do that and you do the thing, then you get this cutscene. Instead of it being in black and white, the whole thing's in color. Okay, that guy, we're that guy. Okay, so when you got somebody that's like spending that much time and is that meticulous, then you know that that's why we spent the math to get where we are. We're trying to put more respect on stuff like the rating number instead of the win-loss record, and again, kind of putting a closure in on it. Don't spoof your win-loss record, because we'll find a way to quantify the math of how you are performing, and the community will not respect somebody that's got like a 3,000 win-loss record. But you'll see they've done a good job in their shit with the rating, with the rating equating how you've landed. But my whole point of that is we can only be feeling like we are now until the system settles, when you guys all get infectious about this game and all those bots are replaced with real people and the chaos ensues that makes good players have to get even better. I want to get better at Pac-Man now at this level, and I've mastered the AI. I have broken the game. I'm continuing to break the game. I'm about to eat the key, and I've dictated that as being 100,000 rating. I'm going for what I consider as the crown, which is 200,000 rating, which is metrics that we're going to be setting forth. And then people that are like now nerdy culturing and like, I can't believe that there's goals that I didn't set, that Vid-Bits are setting them. Hell yeah, we are. And when we can quantify what's after the key and the community dictates it, we'll hit those goals too. We're going to wreck this game until they close it down, or people are like, man, they can't close it down because people are fucking so into it now, and like that $20 price point didn't mean shit. So yeah, continue, please be the stink fist of society, Namco, our Bandai Namco, and don't fucking make this a freemium. Please, I encourage you, don't put this on a battle pass and shit. Let me help infectiously grow this per city. Let me bring Pac-Man to places, and then at the end of the day, everybody leaves with codes and they try to be Pac-Maniacs, and then they also inspire people on socials. And look at how we're gonna grow this shit. Like, let's fucking go, guys. Because even if you say no to the brand deal, I'm going to do it anyways unless you cease and desist. And why would you fucking, like, refuse this free advertising that's helping both of us? We're trying to hone in by being responsible and, you know, being like the anti and being the rebel of society, but learning sometimes that, you know, it takes a little bit of time to, like, be tact. And I've been trying to do that by being a Pac-Maniac for you, for me, for the community, but I guess vicariously it will definitely help you continue to create too, because most people don't look at that. They're like, oh, they're multi-millionaires. Why do they need the money to continue to create? You'll continue to buy their stuff. well, yeah, I'm a pack maniac, so I will. But also, when you consume their product, then they continue to make more of it, and you don't have to worry about the fucking legacy of whether or not a sequel or DLC comes in. And then even when they make so much more money, maybe we can start talking about the culture where they'll go back to making all of the game have their original ideas and stop subsetting things and putting it out for fucking DLC. So I now have a vehicle to talk about the gaming industry as a talk show, because you guys will see me across all of your platforms if you buy Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs by Bandai Namco and see the Vid-Bits every day, once a fucking day, and you are forced for it, baby, because I'm trying my best not to cuss, and we're not for children, so I want to be inspiring for everybody, but unfortunately, because we can't wrangle in the language yet, and I can't find a way to train myself to stop cussing, and Braden is unauthentically and are authentically and unapologetically him, so is I, so is most of my family, because that's just how we are, root and stem. It's to a fault sometimes, but man, when you activate Maximum right now, pow boom, look at what you can do. You can be Pac-Man Champion of the World 2, and you can do it in 2 weeks with some people that are paying to have a head start and still beating them by paying for just the same thing that everybody else did. You can pay for just this entry-level thing. Don't worry about the fact that you couldn't get the early access now, because obviously you can buy the skins and stuff, and that's what I think is great about this game, is if you want the extra cool stuff, you can go in the shops and buy it, but it does go back to that feeling of I can unlock shit when they have the mechanic where you can earn the currency. You don't have it like you have to wait in a time period. You paid your 20 bucks, so play as much as you want, earn the pack coins, use the pack coins to unlock a lot of great cool cosmetics and maps and stuff. And when we grow this brand, they can unlock either more stuff, or they can hopefully integrate some of it for free, and then also give more DLC packs, because I do think that they should be paid for their time when they don't know if it's going to necessarily perform, and when they spend time on those things, it can be diverted towards other energies and projects from a publisher standpoint that they focus on pushing, and from a developer standpoint that they focus on making. So also support all those endeavors. And to bring that tangent around, like, yeah, we're also trying to make sure that they have the money in their coffers to make more great things like this, and I'm selfishly hoping that they remaster the first 4 dot hack games. So that's my personal thing, that they help the publishers make that happen, because those games are part of the reason why I'm inspired to search for my key of the Twilight, so to speak, and be, you know, maybe that is the inspiration of, you know, us getting those play buttons that I can only dream of sitting on the walls, and ultimately being able to say that people like the Vids inspired us to keep going for this shit, and Matthew kept us going, and all they did was like and share and subscribe and put whatever they fucking could, while they were also wiping out but supporting us as well, because if they weren't wiping out, they'd be up here with us, and they would be pulling us together, because they're infectious enough to be with us, and that's what it really is to have everybody rise everybody up. So number 7 we have in the bottom of the splash page, but they are amazing because they are a Chomp champion of the world, and the Chomp champion is going to give them recognition, especially every time that we do the show. So your inspiration, guys, is to try to be here, because not only are you advertising for yourself, and trust me, we will stop advertising you when we vet you and if you're doing something fucking stupid. So we're only giving you credit right now because we don't have the time to do that. So full disclaimer, if we find out that any of you guys are fucking bigots or racist or anything, and this is just me being passionate, then we will stop talking about you and you will be redacted. But until then, we are just assuming that you're hardcore awesome gamers and really cool, dedicated people, and we're going to keep talking about you positively and giving credit to you. And especially, you should consider that yourself too. You know, I guess I'm holding gamers accountable, and I'm not trying to go into anything that you do in your personal life, but I'm not putting you in a poor position, and you should realize that now you're an influencer because somebody wants to be like you, to be in the top 10 of a game. So they don't necessarily know you, but if we were in the arcade hanging out together and you were arcading with me and you're in the top 10, I would be around you enough socially probably at that time to see how you were as a person, and at that point I guess we would have resonated you out of the arcade and you wouldn't get a chance to be in the top 10. So in that sense, I'm not going to give you that credit, other than we'll just say redacted in your space. And, you know, I think the community will be like, well, you know, maybe they'll heal their perspective on whatever is making it so you don't, you know, resonate, other than just getting the credit of being in the cave and getting the recognition from somebody that's doing something unique, and trying to put more focus back on people that are spending time trying to be the best gamers in the world at whatever division that is. We won't be able to do it for every game type, but when we feel passionate about it and this vehicle will fit, then we could sub-create types of things like Chomp Champions, because, you know, these people are in their specific own way, and the whole thing that we're going around here is these people should be celebrated, like when these people did try to get out in public and be superstar gamers again. And like, we as a culture, we put so much attachment to people that we don't think are irreachable, like celebrities, like superstars and people from Hollywood, but these are everyday Joes that are working hard, that are tired of starving to do it. If you guys are inspired by them and continue to watch and enjoy their content, in the very least, like, share, and subscribe, and at the very most, you can support them, or you're sponsoring them in real life by enjoying what they're doing, but make sure that you help motivate them to what their goal is, and you can see that it then will, in our case, we're giving back to you. So I'm not having to guilt the people that are already here, because I guess it's more speaking to people that don't understand yet, and I think eventually I'll be able to shut the fuck up, because the algorithm's getting it, it's pairing us the way it's supposed to, and that's both in life harmony and also how YouTube is flexing. So we're trusting the process, guys. It's hard to understand when you're really in the stream, but you gotta settle it so we can give the proper energy to Shiba Inu number 7, which we will always give credit to as long as they are on the screen. And if you go across any platform, a multi-platform game that has a 7-spot splash screen, that means anytime that anybody in those platforms look at that splash screen, they can be influenced by when we say how awesome we think Shiba Inu is, with a 536-11 win-loss record in that game that has to do with Pac-Man, and a 33,136 rating. Number 5 is Dusty Rose, which say the mothership, if you will, baby, is up in number 6, the mothership. It's a win-loss record of 485-2 for them. That's pretty awesome, and it's a really cool, unique name. So going back again, what I said earlier, brand yourself, put yourself on the planet mothership. You can make really cool splash pages for YouTube and do all that stuff. And as long as we can cross-promote and pollinate, and you're ethically sourced and vetted through our community. I mean, we don't have time to do it, so we'll just have your community saying, hey, look, we're kind of modding what your content is. They'll look through your stuff and make sure there's not anything really crazy there, and we'll just roll with it. But we can help, push your stuff, talk about your stuff, because you are an awesome gamer to be in the top 7 in the world of this game, mothership, with a 485-2 win-loss record, especially if you care. But the disclaimer to this is some of these people are so casual they don't care, and to them I say, you are doing it for the love of the game, and that's what we did, and that's the reason why that energy is infectious, and we can motivate to do even greater things, like use the platform to get people to be out there. And I mean, how many kids are like, Mom, I'm a gamer, I'm going to be a good gamer, and I'm going to be a pro gamer one day, and they're like, yeah, right, Timmy, you can't do that. Like, no, look, I got, like, I could even like, look, I got the top of this, and they're like, yeah, but they're still, who knows? And they're like, well, the other people that look at the leaderboard, and they're like, yeah, but that's only, they'll just be like, well, that's only this. Have you ever noticed that? Then you should just start moving in silence, and then maybe save all your birthday money, get a PC, get a capture card, start recording and docking your footage. Your parents aren't going to do anything. Like, most of the time they're too in their own lane to even know, and that's not toxic what you're doing. You're wanting to just tell them you're wanting to, what you guys did with the camcorders back in the day was record my history. I'm just recording my gaming stuff, Mom, is what you say. And then you're going to be able to have all that stuff cataloged, and when you turn 18 or whenever you can activate that they don't care, you have the ability to like just go and have all the stuff growing and going. Like, we're planting the seeds in your mind, and you're still probably thinking, I can't activate. You have a PC? We have the cheapest rig going on. Do you have a capture card? We don't have the best. Do you have a mic? It's so affordable. We actually were convinced in the situation we were in, it was because we couldn't have a good sound mixer, that it was better to have a shittier mic just so it would sound. And the person really knew to give me the right advice, because they knew that I had to save every penny. So shout out to them, and they know who they are, or they don't. I don't have the paper in front of me because I did write it down, because it was so important that day that they were on the vibe of, we wanted to continue just to level up a little bit, but we had to have every dime left to be able to eat and sleep and feed our chifos and all this stuff. So when I say, when you as a creator are bottoming out, know that when other creators are telling you that you're making it, just fucking stay the course. Don't let anybody else. I finally found out that I can't talk about anything about the process anymore to anybody else, because everybody, even though they're seeing the rise of what we're doing and we're trying to stay calm and humble doing it, boy, do you have people around you that don't know when to shut the fuck up. So I love everybody around me, and that's the only reason why we're at. And the people that know that they've gotten me where they are, I would just want to say thank you, because me and Braden are ready to evolve the Vid-Bits. We were talking about what season we were on and stuff, but we've already found that secret sauce, and hopefully you're enjoying it on whatever you're deciding to put on. It's almost like a seasoning that you can put on your, like a flavor seasoning. You put on your broccoli, you can put it on your popcorn. We're hoping to be the spice and a little bit of variety of the buffet of life of YouTube, and just take a little bit of here or there, and just be happy with it. And then if not, you can at least talk about the experience positively and try to leave it better than you found it, which we're awesome here. Everybody doesn't want to be lowered in resonance. We got like people, like I said, the Vids and Matthew and William Grievover in the beginning of the chat. Those guys have got us to the point where also we've gotten here too. So Also know that you don't have to always look around you for those people. When you finally just stick in your own lane, somebody will just show up. The guy in the chair will just magically pop in. I mean, we've proven it time and time again. That's some of the secret sauce when you hang out with the Vid-Bits is when you're hanging out in the chat with everybody, when we're talking about a game, or even if for some reason you feel like I need to look on this weird channel today, we're the guys streaming that game that even we don't get monetized for because it feels like the right thing to do, and then somebody just pops in about it and says that's my favorite game and nobody's covered it. Or it's weird because sometimes we're covering stuff that other people are covering at the same time, but it's not maybe hitting the same way because of how they're covering it. But when we cover it too, and it sometimes is in the same lane around the same 24 hours before or 24 hours later, it'll be right then when that person's like, oh, that's cool. And then other creators will be like, oh, 9 views. But then somebody that's not even attached to the process is like, you guys should cover Charlie Murder. And like, we did. And like, we only did because we have like a random chaos sometimes to what we produce, and Braden decided that was the day to pull the trigger on that, and it happened to be that person was also telling us that we should do that, but it only got 9 views. But I bet you the 9 people that saw it, they really fucking loved it. You know what I mean? That's why you should be creating too. Not for how much money it made, not for the fact that when we do some of this with our project, our passion project, our Super Bowl, our WrestleMania, all the things that we're not supposed to say as far as like trademark big games, big events, US Open, all that stuff. Our game a day May was where every day we challenge ourselves to do a different game, and we are motivated by the flow of how the gaming community should be represented. We had streaming issues with Mike in the first year, so we did, what can we do to challenge ourselves to show our acumen? So I said, Bray, we should beat a game every day in the month of May. And he's like, God, Dad, life is so chaotic that we have the streaming shit going on. We have so monetization issues, money issues with us, where we didn't have the money to get things going on. And when we put all of our eggs in the basket, our basket creatively with our setup, it was in the wrong basket. And then we were like, fuck, it's in the wrong basket. The basket's broken. And that day could have been enough to motivate us. And we were like, no, let's wipe out again, start selling the collectibles. And then we bought the next thing that we could do. And we were like, okay, fuck it. And then we were going to maybe not do it. And then we're like, okay, tomorrow we gave us the deadline to start it. And it was May 1st. And we're like, okay. And then even that day, the shit started going wrong. And I was like, that was the first day that I had the whole day off for my real job. So I was like, okay, there's no way that I can't beat Mario Brothers for sure. But then the universe gave us tech issues because we couldn't figure it out all day. And then it snapped together, or whatever the first game was. I don't remember at this point. But the point was, that game was like, even though it was a gimme, I was like, okay, Bray, you watch me when that's my comfort game. I'll do that when we're going through the flow of creative process, or even like waxing philosophical or intellectual. I'll just sit there and be like, beat Mega Man 1 in under an hour. He's like, that's why you should do the speedrun. I was like, I know, but that's my comfort game. Maybe I'm not. Maybe my ego doesn't want people to see that my Mega Man run isn't as good as like an Arceus or a Ryu or somebody that can do it way better, or that can do skips. But like, I enjoy it just for like, it's my own thing. Like, my ego says, oh, I can get past Gutsman stage easily, and that's the one that people are like, that's why that's a hard game. Well, if you get past the hardest stage first, then it's an easy game after that, and then that's why my mentality was like, you know what I mean? So like, you have to rewire how you think about it, even the things that make you comfortable. It's the same reason why we watch the same movies over again, and also why my confidence is that Mint Daddy Pig could be making moves after I refresh. Like, you know what I mean? I think he is. I really think he is, and I just haven't been letting him get some ground because it's the right thing to do, instead of just be super far ahead of him. So let's just refresh and see how, because I might have woke the pig. All right, here we go, guys. Woo! I will get back to the rest of the top 10, but I don't want him to have even pace with me. We're not racing now, but now he's caught up. So the race is on, as the Vid-Bits double champion is only a couple victories ahead of Mint Daddy Pig, and I did the right thing by still worrying about the community before myself, because at the end of the day, it's making good TV. I'm producing here, I'm making magic, and it's somebody that we have given some patronage to recently, and we found the right way to do it. It said recently, trust the process and keep doing what you're fucking doing. Lightning in a bottle, why would you fucking change that? So that means we got to be the pack champion the way that makes the most sense. And as a person that used to book wrestling, you love this story to be fucking exciting. So let's be cocky as fuck, be a couple wins ahead, and make it interesting and see how long we can go today, because we have programming that can allow me to do, and Braden told me that for some reason it would be a fucking exciting thing. So hopefully YouTube decides to get some traction on this today, because we are on the way to seeing if the fucking pig can take over and beat me for the global championship. But we are also your reigning reigning United States champion for Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs, and I'm your champ Brian from the Vid-Bits, and this is fucking awesome. I'm gonna say peace for a moment while I resonate and harmonize and settle the stream and listen to my fucking tasty jams and decide how much we're gonna do today to destroy this guy's hope and soul, because we know we've already shown him he does not have the tact to take us on. This is Brian from the Vid-Bits. Stay tuned and share, like, and subscribe. Woohoo! Rusty, we're in the middle of a pack snack, and I'm chilling for a second. I am trying to deal with some social stuff, but I appreciate you jumping in stream, buddy, and I'm happy to see you. So I love the Chomp Champion. Love seeing the fact that we got the Vid-Bits on the top of the leaderboard, and you giving us the glory of the fact that we did it for you. And I'm really, guys, I'm really thankful. So thank you, buddy, and I will talk to you soon, though, just a little bit. Alright guys, give me, I say 5 more minutes and I'll be right back. I gotta get myself settled for in. I'm giving him 1 more match or whatever, so it's about 7 minutes, so I'll be back on 5 and I'll be back on mic and we will go and just go and talk and stuff and chat and everything, and we can talk in between matches and everything. But I think that he's being casual here, but I don't know, we'll see. I'm not trying to provoke a big lead or anything, but I know that when he's this close again, this is about the only other time he's going to get this close, guys, and you're seeing it live, and we'll be talking about, like, that's the time that the pigs should have went head-to-head. So let me go through one more match, apparently, and then I will be on mic 5 more minutes after that, but just keep enjoying the good footage. And we are defending live, apparently, against the pig, or I'm not sure, because he has active, and he closed the gap about 15 matches since the beginning of the live part of the stream, so I'm, you know, trying to be a humble champion. That's how good programming is made. You know, that's how the Jerry the King Lawlers of the world would just provoke people, and then he'd win by DQ. We're not the DQ guys here, no. We're not going to glom them with the belt. We're going to apparently roll them up with a small package or a, what is that called? Oh, I'm losing my train of thought here. Crucifix, pin. What is that called? Schoolboy. Such a big wrestling nerd, and now I don't know what I'm saying. Anyways, we're going to do this match in 5 more minutes of silence after that, and that's how we meditate and settle back down after we've talked a lot. And we will go into some questions and answers. We can talk about other stuff like wrestling and movies and cool stuff like that, and hang out and see if we can get some wins. for a couple hours, and then after that we will go into Game of Day May and Dark Souls and all that good stuff. So that will be coming on as well, unless for some reason this guy wants to joust for a while, but I'll be right back. Are you ready? I said, are you ready? The reigning, defending, undisputed Chomp champion, the Vid-Bits, going up against Mint Daddy Pig. It looks like if I refresh the third time, I wanted to let him settle and see if he was moving so I know whether or not it's an active fight. It looks like this fight is over, or he did not know he was actively competing, or because he went in and saw that we were evenly matched, except he has one more loss than we do, but we have a superior win-loss record as well as a superior rating by just a little bit. We are just a little bit better, and we have made a couple mistakes to close that gap. We cannot really afford to have things other than in first place, because when this thing does go crazy and Pac-Mania does run wild, there will be no chance to run, no chance to hide from up to, I don't know what the potential is for people to close in on the people earlier in the grid when they're not bots and they can go as fast as they want to. But you know, the good thing is it's still a battle royale, so you can't necessarily screen snipe and stuff like that when you guys become superstars yourselves. So I hope that, and hopefully encourage you to go out today and buy this game so I can start talking to you about you in the lower ranks when I have off time and I'm not sleeping from getting the lengthy lead that I have to get to continue to have the voice of being the Chomp champion. Only one person can call themselves that, because there is #1 people in their individual divisions that are not the Eastern United States division or the United States division in a whole. I believe that would be then Kofi YT would probably be the #1 in the Western division, I think, but I need to have some metrics on that, and I can't wait to be able to declare them that too, so I can still give them the #1 title so they get their other accolades, because there's so many individual #1 metrics that if you just want to be the #1 in the world, you can do that as being like the #1 undefeated when we tabulate that. And we personally, while trying to compete in a subset of goals within ourselves, volleyed to that. So that's why I encourage people that are spending too much time on that to put more focus in the gameplay, the quality of the wins, getting first place all the time while you can before the bots are populated with people that have Pac-Mania, because guess what? I don't think you realize that those bots right now are zombies, and Pac-Mania is coming, and when that happens, people that are real are going to slip into those guys, and they may be smart enough to change their gamer tag to Smart Melon or roped pineapple or something stupid. Unfortunately, there was one that said long pig that was off-putting as heck. And when you do that, people may be lulled into the false sense of security of believing that you're a bot, but you're really there and you're climbing up the ranks. Maybe that's why his name is something like Insanity Drew. But Drew is not like football or whatever. I digress. My encouragement is to continue to try to climb the ranks and also try to let people know that it is an entry point of $20. I've tried to quantify that as maybe you don't get one extra fast food meal once a week, and at the end of the month you get to buy the game. But until then, you can get hyped up, and then when Bandai Namco gives us the money, we can give you guys a chance to win review codes when you're in the chat and be cool people like Rusty Bucket hanging out in chat, and the Vids, and Matthew, and we had William in the chat earlier. So, trying to give back to the community, and also when that grows, the prize pools and stuff for the Vid-Bits is an 80-20 split to you guys, sans cost of living, cost expenses, taxes, all that stupid stuff I don't know all about. So, going back on the splash page because we were interrupted because the pig started moving. And we only know because we're on the splash page, so it should be your encouragement to be here as well. And if you look in those things, we have the mothership. I think that might have been the person I last left off. So, now to your #5 Chomp Champs, and I have to take a sip. Just one moment, a sip of our sponsor, water. I was rattled and I had to split off my duties as the MC here to try to give you guys all the scoops of all the hype that you get with these people rising up to actually defend the title. I don't have to worry about the United States Championship because Kofi's not as motivated as I am, and that's the only person that's challenging me right now. And you can clearly see there's a large gap there, so let's go up with and spend more time talking about the guy that is possibly challenging us, and that's Mr. Socrates, now in the #5 spot. Mr. Socrates 1988 with a 489-0 impressive flawless victory, the second highest flawless in the let's see, just to make sure. Yep, the second highest flawless is what the accolade I can give that is in the global division, and the 36,130 rating. Coming in at #4 is AV, or we've been calling them AV-007 because when I say Avogadora Sada 007, sometimes I feel like I'm going to trip on it. So AV-007, 007 AV, we appreciate you at the number 4 spot, the second highest rated person on the PlayStation platform globally. We try not to have any attachment to the platform right now because we're not actively pursuing a Sony sponsorship. We do appreciate all platforms equally because it really doesn't matter at the end of the day as long as you're having fun on it. You know, we're at that point where if any and all brand deals are going to be so vetted, I mean, I'll probably will try to reach out publicly to people that are already in the field and ask them and see, like, hey, you can see our growth, can you at least give us this advice, and we will patron you a little bit if we have to. But I don't want to make the wrong decision. I'm probably going to also try to just look and see who they're using and stuff, because honestly at the end of the day it's about making a responsible profit, and that will make us stop our creative flow more than anything if we're not sure what that's going to be. Or I feel like now the new metric is us trying not to sell out versus wiping out too much financially and physically and emotionally, trying to continue to rise, because I mean we're rising, but then we're bottomed out of resources. So what the fuck do you do? But when you want to spend all of your energy focused on making this amazing show that you didn't even know you were going to want to make, because you've always done this stuff with your best friend Greg in the bid and what would be the lab now of the Vid-Bits, and we are doing stuff like having this show and being the number 1 player at PACMAN in the world, and being able to then instead put all the focus on people like Avogadora Sada 007 with 606 wins and 6 losses and a rating of 43,001, only the 4th person to crest the 40,000 point rating on the global leaderboard, it appears, and rising. I'm definitely impressed and continue to see that statistic rise, so good job, AV. Then we have number 3, Kofi YT, who is basically the number 1 contender for us for a while after our number 1 person that we were challenging for such a long time, the measuring stick, the leader of the U.S. Eastern Division, and we just have perseverance on our side, and I guarantee you that they're a great player, but they have so many amazing things probably in the fire that it's hard when you're honing in on something. Like we at the Vid-Bits have like world-class speed runs, and you know, me and Braden are both in the top 10 world ranked speed run for DuckTales. So like when in our off time, we really are trying to work on having the best runs of those types of games. And unfortunately, you know, when you focus on even a side project, then you don't get to worry about defending your honor when you don't see somebody like us that's fervorously coming at the pace that we did from the beginning to where they were now, when they had the comfort of the lead of having the pre-order bonus time of 7 days on that. So that was what they were actually, everybody I'm sure was thinking. And if we were more aware, and this is weird, is we did not have our finger on the pulse of this game at the time. So that's why the chase is important. We're trying to put some weight and gravity to how we got to the Chomp champion. So when you see the story and we create the character and narrative, it will mean so much to when somebody dethrones us, or even so much more for us as people that have believed in us, like Rusty Bucket and the Vids and Matthew and William, that have spent the time with us and helped all the things that's been when anybody else has doubted us to get us to the point where, I mean, and for me personally, and I can't speak for Braden, but when we created this conquest thing where we wanted to try to create the greatest, like how do you make a series about attaining a video game dream? But when you try to attain a video game dream, if somebody tries to overproduce it, you have to just like really shoot all of it, edit all the footage. And I was like, well, if we do a show called First Impressions, and I didn't even know what it was called, it's just like the whole thing is maximum right now, pow boom. I click on this game, I buy it, I don't care about the thing, I just go and do it. And then we just record it and stream it. And then we just go and you're going to see it because we're empaths, so we're not liars, so you're going to see how we feel about it. And we're going to stream it as long as it takes. So it doesn't matter if it's a little bit or a lot. If it's 7 minutes because it sucks so bad and it keeps crashing, then I'm sorry we were over with this. If it's like if it's when we maximize YouTube streaming capabilities and it's 11 hours and 55 minutes, then you got the best thing that we could. And then we may click and do a thumbnail and keep going because the emotional ride is so high. Or especially if we're trying to do something crazy like for Game of Day May, I had never played Undertale, and it happened to be a first impression for me because every time like I had done like the intro, I had bought it on every different platform because for some reason it didn't feel right. I bought it on Vita, and I was like, I'm gonna do this for some sort of touch capabilities reason, and it didn't feel right. Toby's like intention was to hone in on people like me that had the nostalgia for those type of projects that, you know, all the different metrics hit. and the universe will say when the timing makes it right. It was 9 years, and I should have played that game. But when we are doing this and we're trying to, that's why when this person, you know, I'm just gonna say it, Pirate Software, like we literally, you unlocked, you were like the key of the Twilight in a different way. Like I had to wait so long to find answers within myself, and I felt like I was leveling up. And like me and Braden had like some sort of like wondering or validation of whether I was working, and then for you just to say what you said, and then instantly I feel like I'm just like lifted up a little bit more. So, but still, it's just like, man, who's the right people to take it on? And we don't want like the Rusty Buckets and the Whizzes and Matthews to like even give us a couple dollars if they can afford it, because I would rather them feed themselves too, but we'd rather get in the point where we blow up so fast that we can feed them right away and get going, because man, we're ready to create, I'm ready to be the MC of this game and get this blown up for Bandai Namco, not even worrying about whatever their ethics are, because everybody enjoys so much of their products. I think that overall community would have outed them if it was bad, and we vetted for personal for public sponsorship, and it just hasn't happened yet because the timing's not right there. But again, when you're on the rise, when you're trying to come up, and like everybody says, work your shoot job, your schmo job, and then your passion job at the same time, you know, and then you said that eventually become like, how long can you like not suffocate being at baseline? Because I still don't want anybody in my personal halo effect or my personal circle to be affected. And I know that we paid you once, and I'll pay you whatever I'd have to fucking pay in perpetuity after that if I could get the answer to that, because I just want the metric then to switch us on tomorrow so I can eat good and have a great gaming compound for my friends. Like, not compound, you know, I don't know, I keep using the word compound because I don't know why, but you know, the complex where you have everybody get together and network, and in that like office, I guess. I would sleep there at that point, because I just want to be around great games, great culture, invite people in to create, and then just be able to sit in here and like have a production studio where it's like you just switch in and do the news section, so all the great ideas that we have can go and come to fruition. And when we don't have time to do them, we can get other people on and start giving consumer confidence that YouTube can be people that are actually the people that people want to consume, and then we'll circle and we'll gravitate actually in like an energy or a harmony way where the bad people, yeah, will start being the only people that are consuming the bad content. Fucking A. And the good people will be the only people that are consuming the good content, and they're starting to make the bad people wonder what's going on. It's almost like you're wondering what that new kid on the block is. That's why because we have that mentality. You say it's working, but like I'm manic because I'm tired of just asking the people around me to keep suffering so I can eat, and I'm tired of the working in society because society doesn't agree with this, and it seems like the only people that communally do are people that have gotten to where you are. So I guess mania is how you feel when you don't know how you're gonna like rise up, and what you're gonna feel when you're about to go up and be up there where you're doing those things, is what I'm saying. And we're just gonna put that into the form of PACMania.
Well, so. Dad, they always say they always say, Dad, that there's a fine line between madness and genius.
I know, man, and I love you guys, and you guys are along for the ride, and thank you for grounding me, guys. Thank you for grounding me, Bray, and we're going to keep going on. And like I said, I appreciate you, Kofi. That's almost like I have these weird tangents, and they won't always be as so emotional, and we appreciate you guys. So we love you guys. Like, share, and subscribe so that we can get the word out, because we're going to go ahead and have a great session. It's going to be a couple hours now, because I think I'm going to refresh. Every time I go on a tangent, though, it could be the universe moving the pig closer to getting it, so he's like knocking down my door now as the champion. So let's refresh one more time. And he did move. He moved again, guys. I'm telling you, things happen for a reason. The chase is on again. Somehow, maybe he knows, and we're going back one-on-one. He's trying to take the championship from me. I'm the champion, and only the champion, because I have both the titles, the North American Championship and also the Global Championship, so I'm the double champ. And the best case scenario is I keep the championship. Worst case scenario is that he takes it and I'm chasing him, but ultimately I will still be, because unfortunately Kofi cannot get himself motivated enough to be the North American champion. Here we go, baby. Let's go. If you don't know, you're watching esports that's being generated by the Vid-Bits. We're unique. We're our own esports brand, apparently, and we're self-funded, and we're ready to rock and roll with anybody that would like to, like, basically help us integrate our own esports into that, because if you don't have the time, we will make the time for ourselves to produce that type of esports and be the infectious thing that you guys on YouTube want to watch, because you're bored of the same thing. You continue to watch the same thing, and you're like, I love those guys. Man, but those guys are starting to change, and I still cannot stop hate watching their stuff all over again. Yeah, well, even if we're trying to fucking shake the system, you guys can wake up and collaborate with us as long as we're vetted to make sure that you're not having scumbag associations. And I'm talking about people that I don't even know how to deal with now. I love you, Pat. I think you're fucking awesome. You're doing great work for the community, but I'd love just to read out your energy one-on-one, and maybe we can help each other's creative juices, but, you know, I just have to have a conversation with you to really know what's going on. But Ian, you fucking rock. Ian, me and you could fucking hang out, play some games, and I mean, it would be fucking awesome. I can't wait to have an opportunity to talk to you and you to see what we do, because I think you can understand the mania that I do personally. I'm not speaking for Braden, but that's why we're the Vid-Bits. It's a bit of me, a bit of Braden, a bit of the Chief. We're fucking awesome, and we are rocking, and people know that. People that are like the, you know, Rusty Bucket and the Vids and Matthew, you know, and we got William that's in the, I saw him, I'm just seeing as the chat goes live, and then of course as the Vid-Bits is Braden modding, because we're so self-funded. Like when you see Pops plays, it's me modding. When you see the Vid-Bits, it's with Braden's playing, then it's always me modding, because he's not trying to focus too much, just because he's doing so much stuff with Dark Souls. He can't, like, I don't ever want him super focusing on mods when you don't see that right now, guys, until we're like, you guys can get in a situation where we get on a regular schedule, and like those people are like excited that they're associated with getting to take those roles, and then the community self-regulates and all that good stuff that I've always dreamed of networking, and all the times I've fantasy booked wrestling feds with all the people that I can't wait to help me do this, because they have time to do it. They're awesome. I've talked to them today. They know who they are. They're ready to self-activate. They're just different. Growth looks, the thing that when you say growth looks different to different people, different ways, different days, and all that, however you say it, however the sexy meme as it's going around right now is, that also means that, like, how that person can evolve as to how they think they can be useful versus how they feel like they're useful now. So, you know, even that's even going further to the dreams that you have versus the dreams that you could have. Like Braden's dream was to be a YouTuber, and he doesn't know what his next dream is because it was to be a YouTuber, and he's a YouTuber now. Most people would not settle for that. They just go into it. I know that's why, and I really feel the tangent is I love James too, and James gets a lot of critique for his band, and I don't have enough time to put my finger on the pulse of that. The reality is, though, when you have achieved your dream, he wanted to be a director, he's a director. He wanted to be a content creator, he's a content creator. He made a movie. When you keep achieving all these dreams, you're supposed to do a next one. So most of your fan base is cool with you as a person, as a human, wanting to achieve your dreams, but you're going to lose part of it. That's going to be pissed that you are doing something that they don't like. Well, then don't tune into that. That's the Vid-Bits. So if you like something that we're doing, then that's cool, but don't then unsubscribe because you don't like something else that we're doing. Just realize that that bit isn't for you. It's for somebody else, and let them enjoy it, and then don't fucking hate on them, because our community will call you out. That's why we're unique. That's why we're awesome. A bit of this, a bit of that. Where the Vid-Bits is almost, it's video entertainment. So our branding is very strong. We're just trying to integrate into the algorithm, and it knows. They're trying to see how we're playing, and like PACMAN, luckily, so luckily, you know, now that we've publicly applied for sponsorship through Bandai Namco, like we still haven't. Even if they responded to me after any of their ears got to this, we're still not going to accept it until we talk to the people I want to talk to that maybe would know when you're speaking of the bigwigs, like what to look at. But we really think that they're good people. But I don't have the time to do all the analyzation because branding is crazy, right? We didn't know that you have to go through and click 1,000 different buttons to not have commercials. I just saw another one about a political thing locally. I watch our content to see what kind of things will run now, and there was one that was a political ad, and I'm just like, I don't want to be affiliated with any specific political party, so I guess I have to turn all that off, even if some of that's good and some of that's helpful. And that really is, that shows to us that we don't care about that money or whatever. And even if it shrinks down 1,000 ways that you can be monetized, we're like, once that comes down and hones down to where our core values are, that takes time, and we still, because we hit the ground running, and now we've been told by really successful people that have done it, and look at where they've come from for 7 years, and they were already at some place that was considered extremely fucking successful. So I can't wait to learn more about your journey, dude, because Thor, that's really fucking, it's deep, because we all have those journeys in different ways. And also when people could be like, but you probably have hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars, it's like, no, it really depends at the end of the day how you feel about it, and self-worth, satisfaction, your ego, and your integrity at the end of the day is all that matters. So fucking thank you for being the way that you are, because now you've influenced us to use our platform to help create the creative platform in general, but then the subset of that being about the gaming culture, which we're also very passionate about healing the image of that and all that other thing. So using this platform as double champ champion, when somebody talks about PACMAN and how hopefully the good people at Bandai Namco, because man, when I made the thing and I asked for the brand deal, we weren't double chomp champ. We weren't. We were on the rise, and like nobody knew that I started the journey live every time I streamed it when the game was publicly launched and not like the early access. And like you can see the whole journey and road to the to the top, and this is really like the epilogue one, the extra bonus episode, and it's only coincidence because this first one was going to go on the Pops Place channel, so I don't alienate and split off this branding too much. But because YouTube decided, and also my negligence to unlock streaming rights, the whole 24 hours thing, it's pretty fucking awesome that in 24 hours you'll see the first episode of PACMania or whatever. I guess I'll call it PACMania unless they get mad about it. I mean, I'm publicly applying for branding, and I love the brand, so we'll call it PACMania as the show, one of the shows that we're going to talk about and do Chomp Champs as I continue to rise and go into, you know, the stratosphere is like the in wrestling terms, you know, the Hogan, the Backlund, you know, the San Martino, the long reign champion, when they're talking about thousands and thousands of reigns over, you know, even unfortunately, because unless people don't buy into it, I guess it's your to call. How about this? It's your call how long I become double Chomp champion and how big that thousands of member of integer goes, or in the worst case scenario, the apocalypse scenarios where they reset the server. But they created a scenario where they really wouldn't do that, because then it would make the people mad that paid for the early access to give themselves hundreds of wins above everybody else that was dedicated to Pac-Man. So that's the quandary there. So I'm it's gloriously superb to get to like ride this out as the first one that's putting a legacy into trying to put weight on other people's legacy as far as how they rose up into it, number one, and number two, now pushing the legacy of Pac-Man forward after his 44th birthday. So there's a great in birthplace going into his 45th birthday. They're going to get to see me rise this out. So when they talk about this game, trying to give it that rebranding that any game gets about a year after because of the launch, and I'm assuming because the metrics said this lasted on Stadia for 3 years on a platform that had so little reach, that there's very much to gain from the fact that this is on 4 platforms, and it's now I have the Vid-Bits up on the top as Chomp Champion, and you see it on the splash page through 4 different mediums. And people keep talking about why and what's the Vid-Bits, and they'll look at it for just that. I know I've done that. I've gone on to a leaderboard for a game before, and then like, why is this ass beating me? And then I go and I click on his page, and it comes out he's a YouTuber or something, and he's really, this is his jam. He's like, boom, that's my jam. That's what the thing is. Stay in your own lane and do that. And we're also co-branding ourselves as being the people that are encouraging you to do that. How many people are so fucking selfless? We don't want to make the money the wrong way. We're going to put the majority of our money back into other people trying to make it the right way. We want everybody to fucking make money, even the people that don't feel like when they have their eyes on us that they want us to succeed because of whatever reason that is, because they're still going to make money because we push water as our beverage because we just want you to hydrate. But by the way, I'm going to fucking do right now. And that can just fucking help everybody out, because all the different people that sponsor water in every different vessel and all that other shit, and then the people that could have the vessels that made to put it in, we're okay with making that. The Vid-Bits will have merchandise. It'll be a water vessel. We're going to take the lowest fucking margin possible to make the highest quality product for you guys and make it so you can just have some sort of thing there. So when I say I'm taking a sip, you can remind yourself to hydrate. And if you don't put water in it, fine. You put your favorite Coke, Pepsi, whatever. I just don't like saying branding because it's not really fair. Like, one day we decided that a cotton swab was a Q-tip brand, and that's no slight to Q-tip, but we don't want it to be like that. We want it to be the Vid-Bits. We want to be unapologetically, authentically us, and not have to stress about that shit. But we will always call ourselves out when the culture does or when somebody else does. But man, if we're not spending so much of our expenditure to heal everybody else that's already making money, now doing it for free for those guys, but taking the margins as little as we can, making mistakes even. Sometimes we don't get a chance to monetize before we go live because we're just figuring out, because we're just kind of dullards to that shit, especially with me being older and just spending the time like just playing the games and trying to just do this shit. I never thought I'd have the platform to even have anybody consistently looking at me for a while, let alone like the voice. And then one day Braden's like, yep, this happened, and then one day he's like, this happened, and like the synchronicities now are crazy, guys. So that means if it's working for us and I'm saying the shit and nobody's shutting me down for saying the shit, eventually the Pac-Mania in my brain, you know, will go away, and I feel like this is almost like the epilogue for this folder. And I will, when you go back to the show and Pops Plays and everything else, it'll be more chill because I'm going to be so far ahead after this session, the session I do tonight, that I will be able to be dialed into it and know the message that people like Thor and people like, you know, Matt, Pat, that have like, and people like Charlie that have got it right and are really trying to show you that, but they don't necessarily get crazy and say it the way that I do. But then, you know, sometimes they do and you just don't know how to fucking find it. So that's also the metaphor for finding the thing in your life that is unattainable. You know, I personally have this allegory to this game .hack, and I use this metaphor of being part of this crew called the Twilight Brigade, because I'm always up late at night all the time, and you can look at my socials. I wouldn't post it, but I might be able to get some validation on like a couple pictures. But I started it 7 years ago, and it's me. And then like I knew it was Braden, but like I didn't know it was rigged. Like, because I mean, everybody, I don't want to get into that. So I started this thing in my head where, and the Twilight Brigade's goal is to find the key of the Twilight, and it's like, to the system, it's an unattainable item. You can't find it. So like, but you're looking for it because if you don't make life a game, it's no fun. I mean, we all know that we're on the grind. That's an allegory for what I'm doing now. What I did to get here, all the time that I fucking worked hard to get it. So now I'm in the Twilight Brigade. I'm the leader of it. I'm trying to get myself over by like making life easy and more bearable by playing this game where I'm looking for an unattainable item, the key of the Twilight. The allegory is that you learn that it's you because if you can't fucking find the person that you're looking for, it's you, like the Matrix and all that other shit. So now that it's all falling into place, self-actualization is really one of the meanings of life, and if you're not working in a way to find a balance where you appease the people that are getting it through what people consider unsavory means versus what people are considered righteous means, and it's not for you to judge. You need to stop right there and look at yourself and say, am I supposed to judge or am I not? So no, it's like you look at yourself and you say, maximum right now, pow, boom. Take a deep breath. You have to take a deep breath, center yourself, and say, what's the most logical decision here, and activate immediately. And just go on impulse. Sometimes it's going right, sometimes it's going left. It doesn't really matter. And then the next day, even if it's about the same thing, you could go the opposite way. What you do is when you find the whole scope of it, you'll make a more balanced decision, and sometimes it's going to hurt other people. It's going to hurt people around you, and you're not going to understand why. You're going to be making moves that you don't know why. You're going to be walking places where, and you're going to have mania, and you're not going to know why, because you're on the perfect flow. You're on the perfect timeline, and everything's going right. And if it didn't work, I wouldn't be where I'm at right now as Chomp Champion, when really it's a Namco product, it's a Pac-Man IP, it's a battle royale. People are usually hungry, and somehow in this matrix, in this timeline, in this situation, people are so distracted that Nintendo, one of the most loved people in the world, shut down Pac-Man 99, and they only did it in favor to make another Pac-Man game grow that's also on their platform. So what the fuck, right? And I'm #1 in the world, and I feel like I'm kind of sired into it in a little way because of my baby book. I didn't write that. That's in my deceased mother's handwriting. So R.I.P. Mona. Like, what the fuck, right? So I have a hard time not staying on the right timeline because I even the other half of the Vid-Bits, my son, will say some stuff to me sometimes where he feels that he's so motivated, and he's right. All the things that he's right is there. So it's another situation on why I don't know why he's saying it at the fucking moment he's saying it. Like, he, you know, and not to go into that, but that's also when you're right there and you are still like, I feel like I don't have to move in silence now because I'm right at the finish line. Still take a deep breath, realize just trust the process, and you're right there, and that's when you go over the line of, man, I'm a starving artist and I'm doing it just for the love of the game still, and I really am, and it's not a lie because you can see that we have 850 videos over the course of about 2 years. And if you look at the 2 years, there's some stuff that was going on in our personal life so bad and technical issues that we couldn't create at all. And other than that, we've been on the grind trying to be the little bit that you didn't see on YouTube that was just on the grind trying to do it for the love of the game, knowing that one day we would at least get monetized. And we're thankful for at least the pennies that we're receiving now, and very gracious for all of them that we'll receive in the future. So I hope that you enjoy what you're seeing as the Chomp Champion. We'll eventually talk about the mission statement, and we can get it honed in on the website so that I can just be like, yeah, just read the website, and we're awesome. And the community will tell you how awesome we are because of all the stuff they've won, the things they're doing. They're going to tell you how to activate and join the things that you have to sign up so that you can get part of the money and get and all that stuff. So, you know, you can live your dreams too. We're going to be able to make people live their own dreams by finally playing video games, which is all I've ever wanted to fucking do. Can you imagine being like the little pixel in Adventure and just like thinking, you know, this is amazing, I'm this guy, and you have to make those things be dragons in your head, but they look like fucking ducks, and you're just like, no, my imagination says they're dragons, and one of them's Grundle or whatever the fuck it says in the manual, and you're just like so stoked that you have the ability to take this joystick and move that pixel, where I have been alive long enough to see them blossom into so photorealistic it makes me nauseous sometimes because they can't marry the backgrounds with the photorealistic models, but I digress. All the way to, you know, them taking classic IPs from the 80s and having the memory to be able to do crazy shit like this, where if you have the muscle memory for the actual regular Pac-Man game, you can do great in a game like this. And I don't want to quantify it, but I'm not even paying attention. I'm one-handed, I got another drink in my other hand, and I feel like I'm just being able to talk to you about tech, love, and life with Pac-Man. So you can do that too. Kind of find your zen and your meditation through playing Pac-Man, and one day maybe become double Chomp Champion. It's gonna be hard though because the metrics are difficult. You know, I don't know who else is. I haven't, you can see who's behind us in the different divisions, but I think that we'll keep the United States one quite easily when the servers are reset, if they ever are. Then now I'll have a real chance. But I welcome anything. I wouldn't continue to say that unless I do. But the balance is that they make people pay money to get on them a week early, so I don't think it'll happen. So maybe I get to ride this out till PACMAN's 45th birthday, and then that's when they can fairly do that, and I'm totally cool with that. And then the chase is on for the next round of belts, and they give me the honor and respect I deserve as the person that's trying to do this for Pac-Man. I mean, I'd never skinned up as any of the character options, and he's just fucking rocking this shit. So hopefully the right eyes see it, and they'll know that their brand is safe with us, and we're going to push it forward into the future how they can. And our integrity will always be intact. So if you guys you've shown it's a fair balance of gotcha mechanics and not, because if you love the game and you didn't fair fairly, that you could buy it as a skin in the inter shop with the pack coin that you could spend the extra money, but you don't have to, you know what I mean? So I like that balance, and as long as you continue to tame where you're giving us options in the game as well, and because I have a fucking shit ton of money, haha, your pack king is like, give me the crown. You have the crown on the thing. There should be a crown only I can have. I deserve it. Fucking edit it in. The fucking double champion, he needs his title. Send them to my house so I can take pictures of them on my socials. Even if you don't brand us, I deserve this. We see people get championships all the time. I was in indie wrestling, and I always had to have this prop that represented it. Oh, I actually earned this achievement. It's actually fucking some sort of metric, and I want my championship. Please. And I'd rather you craft it, because I'm kind of janky at design. Alright, so going into that, we've given a little bit more time to our rival, and we've also showed you guys that you can make this fun and make this a chase within your friends and your friends list. And they encourage you to do that too. We haven't gone into that. That's kind of the thing that, I guess the Easter egg of the whole thing to go through to number one is there was a couple instances where I accidentally flashed my friend code, and also if you put my name, I'm probably, unless you're one of the Vid-Bits Fun Club, and you're gonna unfortunately have to be a member of the ultra awesome, completely unnecessary, and I guess that was our way to trigger you, Pat, in case you have a problem with it, so we can talk about video game metric and all this stuff, what we're doing, and at least have the conversation, because we will rename it. I don't give a fuck. I guess that's what's happening. But if you're the member of the highest level of our membership tier, the value is you can play with the champion, be on my friends list, so I'll pay more attention to you, make sure that you get the recognition that you deserve as whatever level player you are. I don't care if you're bronze, I don't care if you decided to come in and start to support us. If you come in and just as a Pac-Man player, then you need to come in understanding that our community is going to vet you out. Like, you kind of have to be chill to come at me like that. I'm not going to be like, hey man, you're the Pac-Man man. No, if I'm doing something with Bray and we're doing something as a Vid-Bits, that there's not time for that. It'll be like, I'll be streaming Chomp Champs, and you can say something about it then. Those are the people that I'll be like, okay, let's get in lobbies and stuff, and that's how that'll work. So I just want to make sure I clarify that for diversification. It's all kind of happening in a flow state where that's why if I speak like this, it's because when they do this in subtitles, I won't have to stress about reading it back to myself. It'll be easy for people that can't hear, and also they will still get the message, and that's why people do it. And if you have a problem with it, and it sounds kind of douchey how when you watch the beginning of my growth, it goes from one way to another, I try to be overly passionate and got hoarse. And also, again, I've been raw and real about this throughout the entire journey of when this game went live. You guys, you saw the commercials probably locally because you didn't know about early access. Then they did the PR round, and then they went live on like the 8th. Then the 9th, and the night before that, I went live and just started my journey towards the title, but didn't know that until the end of it, the episode of First Impressions, where I'm just like, oh, this game existed, and I'm just going. And you can watch that, and then you'll see how my brain starts to figure it out. And you can actually watch the brain of and the mind if you're studying how a person can evolve tech and all that other stuff through me commentating through the entire thing, 120 hours all the way up to now. So it's unique. It's a unique experience. You won't find anything else like that for free on YouTube. You won't find an e-event like this right now where I'm giving my rival a chance to take the Chomp Championship. It won't be a split belt, or it will be a split belt again. It won't be just the mega title, and he could take it and I could have to go for it, and it would be that he actually broke the length of my rank because I won't shut up. So that's also the excitement of the drama you're getting here. So as I uncue, let's check and see if he caught up. He's right behind me, guys. Here we go, baby. See, look, everything happens for a reason. I didn't know that. We're having some fun now, man. And if you're checking it out live, and you're like, why did you give him that length? because now the chase is on and he has to go as long as he can go against me, and we'll see how interesting this can get and see if he stops, because he's also continuing to go. So it's so much fun, and we're just making it a game because at the end of the day we're having the fun for you guys, the guys that put us here in the rusty buckets, the vids, and also Matthew. And then we got, I can't see him on the board anymore, but William was at the beginning. He helped me with technical issues that unfortunately I think was just on his end, but that's okay. I digress. Live entertainment, stakes are high, because this other person out of the small subset of people that love this game, love Pac-Man, is giving all to take his belt back from me. So if you don't think there's real drama here, I'm creating it. It's happening in a flow state. You do not. This is the minimum amount that you have to produce amazing entertainment on YouTube when you find a rival in a small, even subset of gaming with his leaderboard pursuing. That's why I was saying to Charlie, I thought that the esports brand can split off and we can have this own thing. I don't really have the time to do more than the Pac-Man thing, but I think this whole thing can just branch off in general. That's why I was talking about, it's not your fault if you haven't reached this. I don't know how to email you correctly, so I emailed you through your Moist Esport or your Moist merchandise store the plea to look at the stuff, and you could be even right now. So I'm not blaming you or nothing. I'm just hyper as fuck now that he's right behind me, and I'm just like letting it go in a flow state. And it's like, I know you'd be psyched as this, like, this motherfucker won't shut up, and he's fucking about to lose the title, and he's fucking got it for the first time, and he can have the legacy forever. They never lost it at all. Yep, that's the drama I'm creating, baby. Let's go. I'm excited. I'm excited, guys. The people that are in here are seeing some crazy shit. And if you like to fucking join along too, like, share, and subscribe, because I can't believe I'm extremely excited to be in the drama. We're back in the chase again. He's literally going to have to min-max this against me in real time, so I'm back actually in the hunt. And I'm not going to be lying. This is going to be probably the last time I give him a lengthy time to catch up. Because we have our programming schedule in a way where I can afford to take a break long enough for him to just catch up enough, and then even if he passes me a little bit, then I'll have the stamina to fucking make this interesting as fuck for the next however many, I think, a couple days. So I'm so excited, guys, to be able to produce this for your life, and the Vid-Bits bring this entertainment to you for free. All you have to do is like, share, and subscribe to show your support. And if you don't join the membership tiers, then just realize that is the minimum you can do, is because you're looking at it anyways, right? And you're going to push extra buttons on your phone. You're going to order something on one of the courier services and then do it wrong. Somebody wanted something different. That's extra buttons you pushed. You could have liked, shared, and subscribed. What? Why didn't you do that? You know what I mean? That's fine. You're watching this. You could be hating watching it. That's fine. You want to see the Chomp, double Chomp freaking fail. That's fine. Haters give me balance, guys. Let's go. Making history. Just trying to breathe, chomp some pellets, think about the day, what I gotta do today. I want to play this professionally and get such a lead that I can keep the legacy, that I can worry about the show, and then min-max myself ahead the whole season and stay the champion. And then if I want to, drop back and give some respect and make a great a great situation against the people that are really working hard, that are all going to be pretty even. If you look how the leaderboard is treated even now, I'm using my fantasy booking way of curating an experience against these guys that they don't know that I'm moving them around in real life by pacing myself ahead in the way that I am. So I can't describe how cool it is. The only thing is, if I had the funding, I wouldn't have to worry about, there's a chance that our programming schedule may fucking fuck myself up, but I have to get Game of Day in May in, and Bray has to make some movement on his conquest today, because we have fans that demand it. But other than that, that's what we have going on, and I will be maximizing my gains in the period of time besides that, streaming as much as I can before I have to go do my shoot job, because I'm on my last strike, because I don't have the money to survive and just play this full time. And that's the fucking real truth of it. Because I would play this I could play this full part-time, and then as part-time of my day, and then do the Chomp Champs as like the MC show and give all the credit to all the people that are playing it for Bandai Namco, and then worry about producing the Vid-Bits while Braden's doing his own solo project. We have our brand, like, it's not diversified to the point where we're like, man, you've changed. It's like, no, we both have individual stuff, and then we have stuff together, and it works so well, because it's like almost like when you're with somebody and you're hanging out with them too much, but we can hang out with each other too much, but we don't have to. But then when we do, it's great, and when we don't, then sometimes people are like, where's this other person? That's awesome, because then maybe you're watching the other part of our programming and you just like our attitude, because we're just trying to help you be healthy and start to play the games in your backlog and all the cool fucking stuff that we do to help actuate. So it's been a long time just talking to the same people in my real life about it, so I get to talk to the universe and my future grandkids and all that other stuff. I'm blessed to be in that situation too. So if I get a little ranty, sometimes it was like, you know, for that reason. So they're right behind us. So, oops, I waited a second. See, I should have maximized the button press. So now he got a couple seconds ahead. If he keeps doing it ahead of me, he really could have gained seconds on me. That's where we're at, guys. When they say min-max in this situation, it's when you do, you can do 18 movements. You can do 18 first place finishes in 90 minutes when you just do that and you don't take any time in between it. So that's where me and him are mentally. So I am so excited that this is going on, and I gotta let it go as long as I can, and then Game of Day May will come after that, and then even if it goes up to the point where it's, you know, right up at the end of midnight, Game of Day May will hit before the end of so it doesn't ruin our streak, but then I'll let, you know, Braden will do his Dark Souls after that. So I'm sorry that it may get pushed up, you know, to the very crest of the end of the EST schedule, which is right now looks like is live about 5:53. So I know he said 8, but if this guy keeps chasing me, I got to keep going. So yeah, then it may also be that when he does Game of Day May and Dark Souls, you know, I'm hoping that he's got the pressure now of finishing his mini conquest in Dark Souls, knowing that I have to get right back on, because that's how much of my lead I could have lost, and I could potentially lose the the global championship to him if he's continuing to press me. So the cool part about this is when everybody finds out about it enough, it'll be that they're actively trying to pursue me, and then the real hunt will be on, and that'll be when, like I said, I hope I can have the streaming rig and the capabilities to defend my title, because if I can't, then I will lose it, and I hope that I'll have the platform to be able to do what I'm doing. So people that are just in it for the hunt then will be sad that I can't actuate it, but I do have to prioritize the Vid-Bits programming schedule because we have some really amazing things going on, like Dave the Diver. And we are also doing Red Dead Redemption, Plants vs. Zombies. We got some stuff in the Minecraft realm, and we do Call of Duty Zombies content from time to time. Me and Brace got some speedrunning projects. There's so much to enjoy here. So I'm very passionate about PACMAN, and again, I've gushed and went on tangents that are really more important in the grand scheme of things than keeping the double championship. But do I want to not lose it at all? Sure. Could I lose it for a while and then know that he's going to eventually take her out? Yes. The long game is, the drama is, it'll play how it plays, and even if I lose it, I will be able to have a legendary session, and I will overtake him, and then I will just bury him in that session. So that drama is good as well. Like, as a fantasy booker, you have to look at all the options. So some of you may be sad that the record is he never lost it, because I did build it up, but it'll play how it plays out. That's also how it is too. Shout out to Eric Bischoff, though. I know it's polarizing sometimes, but a lot of his business philosophies and stuff, I don't know if he also parlayed it in how he booked as a professional booker for professional wrestling. And the metaphor for that is, like, there's a rise and fall to everything, but there's also like a amount of time that you give things to marinate to see whether or not they're going to work. And also, I think we all talk about how long it takes for things to become a habit. So I think that is the secret sauce that is lightning in a bottle. If somebody really wanted to know what that was, if you could put that in an intangible thing, like, you don't stop doing what you're wanting to do, but you know that sometimes the fucking thing that you're doing isn't right to an extent, but, you know, you'll always course correct if it isn't. But then at the end of the day, you may not understand what the fuck's going on, but if you have bad feels about it, your energy has to, like, neutralize at the end of the day. So sometimes you internalize that too much, but then that's also why we can't move in silence. But if you move in silence too much, that's why you get sick, or there's some sort of dissonance in your project. So it's some sort of perfect harmony. It's like a perfect storm, but you're just gonna go with the genius that's in there. So I don't know, man. It's so blessing to be doing PACMAN do it though. Like, I know there's like so many battle royales that are out there. I haven't looked at all of them that exist, and there may be some other ones that I could be more competitive at than Fortnite or whatever. But it's just such a natural fit to me that, like, it plays so many hybrids of the way that they built their engines, from PACMAN to the target moving, and Miss Pac-Man wasn't their idea, but then after they made Pac-and-Pal, they had moving targets, and, you know, the maze moving and stuff, like, and when it changed in, like, the DX games and stuff like that. It's just the evolution of all that. So you take the classic 80s arcade game and you use all the evolution to it. It's just got some sort of perfect marriage for somebody that can. That is the beauty of when people are trying to create hybrids. There's people, and I've read in some message boards that there's a guy from Older Arcades that and he cooled down. That's awesome. we'll get some gains on him. Then that way I can get a little bit of gains on him and not have to go super crazy, or he doesn't think I'm still going. That's amazing. We'll see if I go a couple more, and we'll see if I settle them down again. But it's also good content that when I look back in Legacy, when somebody's checking out, I was like, yep, he came and he didn't keep pressing you. He came and he didn't keep pressing you. But there's these are the last times he's going to come up against the Chomp champion, and before we run away with it. So, and also it's me. I just put out the energy that no matter what, if I had to lose, I was okay with it, and I don't want Braden's stuff to suffer either. And that's why these things work. It's called going with the flow. When you freak out too much and you need to breathe, it's called settling the stream. And when you're streaming live on YouTube, then, you know, it's all just fucking clicking, baby. That was the 1250th match. This is your double champion, Bri from the Vid-Bits, and we got, let's refresh the leaderboards here and just make sure that he didn't move anymore. There he is, right? Yep, there he is, right underneath us. So yeah, we are a little bit ahead of him now, but he is still chasing us, guys. So that's the drama right now. If you're trying to show somebody that some our old school people or possibly new school people playing Pac-Man in 2024 that are actively chasing for the world championship right now, that's what's going on, because I have the championship of the world, and the Vid-Bits actually are the one holding up for the original Pac-Man. So Pac-Man, if you're seeing this, we're doing this for you, bud. Right after your birthday, it just kind of fell into place of what our goal was. So that's the cool thing that people can see when we're talking about synchronicity. You know, we started this goal 2 weeks ago and gave it to Pac-Man the day after his birthday. So that's why, you know, you can see those videos about it and all of the road to it, and it's all for free. Ooh, he almost got that, dude. I don't know why the MC concept kind of came to me, other than they inspired it by the commercials. I mean, I love that concept. Ray can attest to it. We'll be playing games, and we'll just go back and forth and do the voices you guys hear us. Like, these voices are also inspired by all kinds of stuff. For me personally, it's like, you know, older voiceover artists from like Hanna-Barbera and you know, older, earlier Nickelodeon and all that stuff. Older, earlier Cartoon Network stuff. All the great people for that. So and before you go into the not very good, like, okay, who else has the guts to just do them and not care about that? We do. Some people look forward to me doing Dave every week. I'm like, I'm not the best, but I'll try my best to be, because to me that's one of my next goals, is to get validation that I have some sort of skill and hone in on how to do better. And I think that you can see people have done that. Like, and I guess it's going back to the James thing. People shit on him now because of the band. I don't know, I don't have my finger on the pulse of it, but like, when you hit those dreams metric thing, like, that's why a person like Aaron Hansen, you know, does voiceover acting. It's like he found his thing and it got him there, and he was like, well, what else am I going to do with this? You know, does Star Bomb? I vibe with that. But then he's lucky enough that he didn't really alienate, or even he's to the point where he's stable enough to not care what that does. And that's what the Vid-Bits are about, is like, if it alienates a part of our fan base because we're living our dreams and we've spent so much of our time to be selfless with the money to make sure that you actuate yours, then that means it's kind of shit if you're still here and you're getting pissed that we're trying to do more things than just launch the ability for you to activate yours, and through anything other than just gameplay of video games, because there's got to be more to life than video games. Ian said it in the video game years. There is, and like, video games are fucking amazing. That's where I'm at, but you know. And then also, for as Megaran said, this is for the gamers. Like, that's what we are as Vid-Bits. We're for the gamers, man. Like, sacrificing energy, life, and culture, and depleting our health bar daily for the video game culture. Because again, you can look at it like, no, these guys are playing video games and making it. No, we don't want you guys to donate. We want you guys to like, share, and subscribe to our great, amazing video game acumen. We know we're about to be exposed because of that, even if anything else, because people that like good gaming and like drama will love the fact that we're disruptors, and it's in a good way because we want to shock the system in the way that you think, and where we can all make money responsibly. So. A responsible profit. I've called out so many companies that I've worked for about not making them, and I fucking get vibrated out of there all the time. I've been called out my whole life for doing it. Every fucking company. I don't even want. That's why we don't want brand association unless it's clean. I'm 43 years old, so I've lived enough life to see what the fuck goes on with major branding and be like, well, I'm just trying to do a simpleton's job and be the small cog in the wheel so I can figure out my bigger dreams, and I do know what that is, and that's being a YouTuber apparently. And I didn't know that and how to quantify that forever. That was one of my first dreams, was to quantify what that was. And it's like, I'm a great video gamer for nobody but myself, and Danny knows that. And it's like one of those situations where after it kind of clicked, what we could do. It was the perfect thing for me personally as a gamer, because I was on tech like before the end of the 90s. I could have, when James was going, been unfortunately the route of Chris Neo and showed you how awesome Nintendo games were. I've always been a Nintendo kid at heart. I'm an 80s kid. I was born in 81. So, like, it's hard for me when you see people that spend, the time that spend too much manifesting the energy, that starts to have that doubt energy, like, I didn't do it, what could I have done? Like, maybe you don't understand the whole, everything happens for a reason. Because, so say I did all my great gaming feats in the early 2000s and had all the stuff we're databasing now, then it would not be a lot of for the first times. It wouldn't be I'd be me obsessing over beating stuff, so they only see some awesome stuff. And like also the things that Braden wasn't here until 2005. He was born, and then like at that point, like you have to look into that metric. Like, he got to be raised watching me game, and like then want to just do that whole thing where you want to do better than your parent at whatever they're passionate about to get their attention. So like I feel like I'm doing this also for the gamers, where I'm like trying to be the best gamer you don't know exists live on YouTube. So fucking emotional, raw, as a person that's also trying to live in society with everything else. And me and Braden are just the perfect balance of each other, so when you're not dealing with my mania that I know will neutralize once I have the fucking great environment food wise, and I'll have great clothes that are consistent. I get to burn all my fucking clothes, because I'm going to burn all my clothes. I'm going to just be able to fall into who I really want to be. And again, I'm not sponsored, but I love Jinko jeans and I use them, and people are like, oh, they're $250 a pair. Well, look, if you do the fucking math, my grandfather once said, you can either buy something right the first time and it may fucking put you out of pocket a little bit, but then like the measure of how it is then if it lasts 10 years later, you'll know it's an investment. Or you can buy something that's shit just because it like appears to be it, and you can buy it one time and then it breaks and fucking shit, and then you can add up how much you spent on it over the course of 10 years. If that first thing that was more expensive was still there, what was worth it? How many times you have to make transactions? How many times did you get angry about it? How many times did you say this fucking thing again? And you're stuck in that hamster loop when really you could just go ahead at the end of the day and just buy the really expensive one, even if you have to save it up and buy it once. And I've done that with Jinkos, and I have like a pair of Roos that I got for them, even when they had a different holding company, because the ethics of the company had stayed the same, where they sourced the material at great cost to have great denim, and these pants hold up. And also the branding stands for Judge None Step 1, or I guess it used to. I haven't looked into that, but I don't know how to apply for corporate branding. But I think that because I wear it in public, it allows me to be, authentically and unapologetically myself. But in the same sense, it makes it so when it's a conversation piece, it does a couple things. It either inspires member berries of how I was in high school and I enjoyed this thing, and that's when I still had my dreams and hopes, and I didn't have anybody convince me of who I should be, all the way to oh, well, that's crazy, and then I neutralize their opinion about me, and then we start talking about something topical. So that's why that brand synergy works with a company like Bandai Namco, where I can go around and then talk about Pac-Man as well, and it synergizes with a company like Moist, where if they're not playing nice with Namco, which I don't know, I haven't had time to look into it. I'm in some kind of flow state, but if there's any problem there, because I'm playing a game that I think would go good on this esports, because then I already have the championship and I already have this drama, and he can help hype that up, and we can get all kinds of eyes on it, and then fill these lobbies that are not bots with real people. I don't know why I have this. That's my new dream, I guess, is to do that, and then on top of that is voiceover acting, because I love Pac-Man so much. And I'm getting bored facing the bots, and they're not going to increase the difficulty of them soon, and if they do, it may make it so unbalanced that fucks it up, and I really just want to face a bunch of real people, and they're only placeholders for those real people. So it's a conundrum, but I love Pac-Man, and he regularly skinned up. So, and then for PR purposes, every time I talk about him between the Q screen, he's always just cute in there. It was just his birthday. I never decided to do those things on purpose. I just kind of because of my stink fist attitude towards all of it, like, you know, fuck you, I'm gonna just do that too because the game is like clearly saying put a costume on. I don't know, like, and I was just told by you, Thor, like through my son, just saying like, what do you do because we're in this situation where things are working? What do? You say, keep trusting the process. I'm like, fuck, man, but I just want to eat better and I just want to be able to create more. And it's like you can't do any more when you bottomed out. And the bottoming out is when you're at that line of being able to rise up and do your dream full time, and then not have to do the schmo job anymore. Because at the end of the day, if I don't get a big enough lead by, I guess, a couple days from now, I have to go to work on Sunday. So I have until Sunday EST to get my lead extended long enough so that when I'm, you know, going to work, I can still maintain my super lead and keep the story going for this game right now, because that is the hype. People won't look at a game like this, a battle royale, and be like, oh, it's got a story. Yeah, I'm curating it right now, and if we get some wildfire to it, it does so many things for the culture. It can bring attention to people that are on the leaderboards that are great gamers. That I guess the subset to this is like, okay, I do a bunch of arcade archives from Hamster, and there's so many games there that I'm in the top 10 or 20 because the recognition is so slow. So I would love to do some sort of brand synergy where I can promote their stuff through us, because that's multi-platform, and that's kind of why the cool thing about this is it's multi-platform. We're not trying to offend anybody while we're working about anybody else, but part of my mania is while I'm talking to you live, trying to stay awake sometimes, do the records sometimes, but also using this as a platform to talk as an influencer. I'm like, how do I don't know until I do super deep research about who's playing nice with each other on the playground. So that's also why I want to talk to people and be like, oh, I don't talk to this person. I need to know that. And I want to find out that stuff from the people that fucking know it the most, not the wiki. You know what I mean? Not some bullshit like, and I can't afford to pay everybody. Like, I think the thing kind of unlocked when you paid a little bit because we're bottomed out. I don't have any. I'm cash advancing a whole paycheck ahead to be able to keep the company going every week, and then at the end of that week I have to then hope my check for my 20 hours a week job pays that out, and then I do it again. I've been doing it for 2 years. Like that's to me dedication of just doing it for the love of the game, and I'm not doing it to brag. It's just like when you want it bad enough, you're still willing to do that, and then you get at that precipice where you know that you're fucking tapped out and you can't keep asking other people to support you. What the fuck do you do? That's the question I would ask you, Thor. Like, I don't want to give up, but like I know why people do. I guess I just start transmuting the monetary value of the gaming stuff that I've been trying to build up so that we have stuff to do for content into money to keep it going. But eventually even that has its limitations, you know. I mean, we're not e-begging people. We're literally telling our people not to beg and not to give us money because we know that they're struggling too. It's just such a fucking dumb thing. Because then I was like, okay, the answer is, oh, the old school skate videos, the old school, you know, the surfer videos where when they were, you know, the competition, they would make the sizzle reels, the sponsor me's, you know. And I was like, okay, well, I guess at the end of this Pac-Man thing and getting the championship, somebody that's got an esports league, I'll end up making this a sponsor me video too vicariously. But fuck if I didn't start it like that, because if you don't read me as a person, you watch me go through the first impressions video. I was like, I get right up to before rank starts, I'm like, I don't even think I'm gonna play ranked. And so why would I eventually morph that concept and anybody themed it into a fucking esports league? And I guess you said like you gotta work bigger and you gotta spread it out. Well, fuck, it's been spreading out, and I just keep trusting the process, and it keeps getting so big that. But what do you do then when you can't control how big it gets? Then you just like you fucking talk out of your ass. So like manically, and I don't have any more money to pay you right now. But like, what do you fucking do? We got the drama of Mint Daddy Pig though about to be the second person to hit the 90,000 point rating as I continue to try to narrate and curate this free talk show for you, MC show about Chomp Champs, giving you the drama about a game you've probably seen a commercial for the game Pac-Man Megatonal Battle Chomp Champs for multi-platform. So this is just fucking crazy, guys. It's crazy, and we're living it in real time. Like, that's the sad thing, Bray. Like, we really got to make it so that I just don't want him to. I really just don't want him to pass me while you're doing your block, because I know that it's going to be like 5 hours. I'm doing the math. 5 hours. Let me just do the math. Because we just got to marry the programming block up so that I can rush just enough so you can finish your stuff coming up where he's probably right around. He can min-max up to where I could be. I guess I'll give you the math of when he stops or where I could effectively be when you're going to do both of the things that we're doing. So we're just going to have to move around what we had planned for Game of Day May to do something a little bit shorter so that you have more time for Dark Souls, I think. That's an amazing thing that we're doing these things called conquests, and like the conquest to be Chomp Champion is over, but now to defend it and to keep the streak alive and have like that Roman Reigns-esque era is still going right now, because I haven't lost it since I've got it, which is the double Chomp, both the belts, the North American and now the Global Championship, since I got it from Mint Daddy Pig. So the drama is real. He can take the title back, and you won't know until after you watch Game of Day May, and then you can watch the episode of Braden doing his conquest to go from Dark Souls 3 DLC to now Elden Ring. He started going through Dark Souls. You can see this folder from the very beginning. He did Dark Souls 3 to the DLC that he's trying to finish up before he gets to Elden Ring, and then ultimately the Elden Ring DLC. The momentum that you're going to feel from that is a lot more than somebody that's, you know, individually trying to on YouTube show you, unless they've shown you all of the stuff leading up to it. I don't think that you're going to feel like a gamer unless you personally are deciding to play those games again in a paced way before the DLC comes out. So that's some of the individually unique content you get here. As a conquest like that is marrying up to when a DLC release comes out. So when you see a conquest here, sometimes it'll be stuff like that. So like we plan out ahead of time to play those things so that they perfectly synergize with when that comes out. So you're feeling the momentum with us, especially if you're not wanting to replay those games again. And sometimes it'll be even better when it's a first impression type thing. If it's a series that we see something about, they're like, ooh, what about that? And they're like, oh, I gotta catch up first. Then you'll get to watch us catch up with that. And then when the DLC comes out or when the new game comes out, I think that that's kind of unique content that you'll have from us. It just is what makes us unique, uniquely different, a little bit different than a lot of people. It's never reinventing the wheel. It's just trying to give it a different spin. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think personally, when you are upset because you're like, as a creator, you're feeling. I'll give you an example. I want to do the new Paper Mario. Okay, like I've played that, like the 1,000-Year Door, like. And then barring, I have to play it to review it anyways because everybody's giving the FPS shit about it and whatever. But like, I really want to play it. But there's that thing where you don't want to ruin the way that you looked at it before. You have all the gripes. Man, just, that's the, I call it the Etch-a-Sketch theory. You have all these preconceived notions. Everybody's told you about the new movie, told you about the new game. You fucking looked at the tomato meter. You're influenced already in a negative way where you're not even giving it a shot. Well, the Etch-a-Sketch theory is where you take that and you just take a moment, you take a deep breath, and you pretend that you're just shaking that shitty drawing that you made on an Etch-a-Sketch. If you don't know what Etch-a-Sketch is, it's a drawing tablet by Ohio Arts that they created, where there's like some sort of deal where you draw with magnetic sand and it makes a drawing where you have to use little knobs, and it's really difficult to maneuver. So you have to be really into detail when you do it. So when you fuck up, you have to shake it up so that it erases it, because it shakes it up when you erase it. And it's like one of the cool toys they made. And like, you do that though, you're drawing out this, and because some of the things is your opinion based on the media, your opinion based on your friends that didn't vibe with it, right? But what do you feel about it, right? So when you're creatively thinking about something, just, and you're feeling it's starting to get a little bit negative, you just shake that shit off, and then you just go in with whatever a fresh perspective is. And when first impressions are trying to happen, it's like I said, maximum right now, pow, boom, I see this icon, oh, I want to do this, I pay for it, I go right into it, it downloads, I still don't look at media about it, it goes right in, I load it up, I'm like, what the fuck is this? And you get to listen to us in live stream, go through the wonderment of what it is. Like, that is streaming. So take that concept and like adapt it to whatever the fuck art or however you want to do something with your life. I wanted to be Chomp Champion. Like, I didn't know that it was attainable because I saw all these people back in the arcades in the day, and nobody competes in the arcades in the day anymore, and they're dead, and dead arcades and all this other stuff. You just hear so much negative, but like, obviously the culture is gamer culture in general, and again, part of the Vid-Bits is like trying to heal that, where it's not just a cosmetic thing. So maybe that's why Pac-Man is just fucking being Pac-Man right here. He's not wanting to be dolled up so that you know when he shines through, that's who he is. And even though he was wanting to appreciate everybody else staying in their own lane, as these different characters you see pop up, and synchronicity to how I'm making my point, that you know, he's authentically and unapologetically him, and he's ruling his fucking life. And he took his life back. He's the king of Pac. He's the Chomp champ, double Chomp, and we are representing for not just me, but the Vid-Bits and wonderful people like Rusty Bucket, and we also have the Vids, and we have Matthew, and of course Bray, and our loyal internal team, and everybody else that's part of the team, but we don't have the ability to pay them yet. Like, the Vid-Bits themselves will always be me and Bray performing. You know, you'll hear the Chief performing his orchestral howls and little barks and stuff in the background, and maybe one day he actually will be participating in a you know, a physical way. Nudge nudge, wink wink. See if we can get and be the first Husky to beat like 1-1 on Mario or something. But if you like to see stuff like that, when we have the money, you can say, hey, let's get an adaptive controller and see if we can get Chief to teach him to do, if we can jump through 1-1, and we can all laugh about it. He would love that. He would love how many Tritos he would get doing that. Those are the type of fun projects, because also, you know, I think the funny thing is when people think that that's a waste of money, there's also the people that don't realize how much those people do with philanthropy and silence, because really charity, true charity, is moved in silence. It's moving in silence because, you know, those people know and you know, and that's all that matters. So the double Chomp the early pop. But man, as a wrestling booker though, it's nothing else could have made me happier than this has kind of naturally made its own story. So now people are like, how can he still play Pac-Man? Mine was like, no, like, it's a story. So if I don't see you in the Mazes, I'm going to see you rise up and down on the leaderboard, and hopefully you're going to have your socials up enough where when I'm done playing and producing for when Braden's on his own, I can start interacting with you on there. We can start talking about it, where either we can taunt each other on the leaderboard moving, or we can just eventually get this thing so populated we're seeing each other in the Mazes. So it's a win-win-win-win-win. And if we don't even just do that, we get more eyes on Pac-Man right after his birthday, and he deserves that. And he's getting it, man. He's fucking the double Chomp. He's a Chomp champ. But maybe he's not going to be, because Mint Daddy Pig is pretty much min-maxing against me, and he's coming up behind me. So if like the whole thing is a bigger maze that we're in, he's the one that's like right behind me right now. Basically, if you want to get super invested right now, guys, right now in real time, he is 30 minutes behind me. If he plays for 30 minutes and I stop and he still plays, he will be ahead of me. That's how invested mathematically I am in this game. So if you can't say that I won't use that for the benefit of the algorithm as a whole, as the culture as a whole, I'm already doing it, and I'm blessed to have been in a situation to do it. So you guys are freaking awesome hanging out. I need to take care of this guy. He's not making, like, this match, when there's somebody at the end like this, it's typically not as long, but unfortunately no, unfortunately it's not a bot though. Oh, there we go. Huh, that was sweet. Just what I wanted to see. And I can't safely, he's still moving, so we're good. He's just, maybe he'll be motivated just to crest 90,000 and give up for right now, but if not, we're just in cruise control, guys. And you're hanging out with Bri from the Vid-Bits, and we are doing another episode of Chomp Champs. I am the Chomp Champion, the double Chomp, because I have both belts for the North American division and holding up the global belt and doing it through Memorial Day. So yeah, I may have to get coverage from work at this point. Hopefully I don't, but I might, because I don't know how far behind I'll get this guy, but I do have how do you not sell it to your job? Like, if you guys make me work this shift, I might lose the double Chomp for America before Memorial Day. Now, I guess that's what I have to say. So any obligation that I'm missing right now, and the only obligations that I've given the universe, and we were just told that don't stop doing what you're doing because it's working. So now the narrative is, do we lose the double Chomp before Memorial Day to whatever country that is? Because I don't know. So if you're not invested in that, guys, you can, because we're creating esports every day now, at least until I look at what I'm scheduled, and barring when I sleep, and game of day May going through May. So we put that pressure on ourselves because we're not trying to break that streak, because we haven't, and there's an entire other season of that. I'm hyped up just for that. So if that's not good advertising or bumper, I don't know what is. So we're going into win number 1253, and we have the pig woken up and fervorously after us. And the thing about this is, because we're not meeting one-on-one and being able to deplete each other's rating that way, the only way that we can lose is if he loses by an AI or I lose by an AI. Either of us don't get first place. Those are the quantifications. I'm just making sure you kind of know what the rules that I'm playing by if you're playing along. So when you're playing this game in the level right now, one other competitive esport that's not being advertised, you're going to get a chance to see the champion of the world face off against somebody that's now getting so much love, like Mint Daddy Pig, that may not have been known that somebody was chasing it so bad. So I guess that's also the definition of lightning in a bottle. It's just not. It just tastes like water, and this water tastes great. I used to think that it tasted like crap, like oh, water. That's the devoid of taste. That's like when saying that black is a color or white is a color. Isn't that the devoid of color? That's also why it's easy to not be racist, because you just don't see color. You just see like, okay, I don't know, I just don't see it. So that's generational programming and culturally where you're at, statistically where you're at, geographically, all that stuff. And I've lived through enough of it to talk about it, and I will not get into that because it's all about positivity. As the Vid-Bits do not want to lose the double chomp, in the least, but knowing that if we do lose the global championship, we will get it back tonight, and you will be able to see that live after the programming. So there's always a silver lining here, and we are so deeply ahead because Kofi's not motivated that we are the North American champion for sure. I mean, we're going to run away with that for so long. So blessed for that. And then on top of that, we are also, not that we're branded by them, we are the #1 player on the PlayStation platform altogether, and that's out through the PlayStation 4 and 5. So the good thing about this Ghost AI, it's so fair. Like, that was my fault, but you can get to the point where you know where statistically not to go. Mine is almost always at 12 o'clock and 10 o'clock. Those areas are bad. If I'm using the center of the maze, the spawner is the center point. Don't want to be around there too much. Like, if I was to give you the tech at the risk of the match, I'd say this area sucks. Going through the tube at the top is fun, and they kind of make it an attractive point. And then when you do it, it's just not usually fruitful. You're not paying attention to which ghost is in the line with you, because most of the time I'm just looking about where they're going to be. It's funny because I really, in my life, the key of that was listening to an episode of Futurama, and Fry goes like something like, talking about why he could never do good at Space Invaders. Oh, look at that. Look at the timing there. He couldn't do good at Space Invaders. He could do really good, but he couldn't clench it because he wasn't. And then Lure says something like, oh, you shot where I was, and you should have shot where I was going to be. That's like Pac-Man. If you can just look at where everybody's gonna be, and then just know that you can be around the area and do the cleanup as much as you can, and then wait the last absolute second. And then also, if they decide that they get on you, you can kind of like manipulate their AI by juking around one way or another. So it's really cool that there's so much level of depth there. And we're only about 2 matches ahead, so maybe they grabbed a handful of chips. There's plenty of time to do that beforehand. That doesn't disrupt your game, that's for sure, because you have 80 seconds and then a couple, like maybe almost 20 more seconds, so you almost have I would say, if I'm looking at it here, 80 seconds plus 20, so 100 seconds or so before you get in the next match, maybe even closer to 110 seconds, and you can do so much in that time. And then you can just keep going. And that's what we were doing a couple nights ago when he kind of saw us coming up from behind, and like a thief in the night, and he had to worry about that. So yeah, it is segmentation, Rusty. The good thing about it is you don't have to have there is not a right way to clean a maze. Like, I'll segment it out a little bit differently. How about this? I'll segment out this next maze in a way where it looks systematic, or I'll kind of run it how I would if I was on an arcade. How about that? because that's if you do segment it out, if you're playing like the original pattern, like the first, I don't know, 7 stages, not 5 stages, there's one pattern for stage 1, and the ones that I run, it's one for stage 1 that works for stage 1, a different one for stage 2, and you can run that all the way to stage 5, and then when you get to stage 5, you go to a third pattern. So you have to learn that, and then like that specifically allows you to study Ghost AI, and plus like for especially the original Pac-Man, like the way that Mitchell and stuff like that took potty breaks in an arcade game that didn't have a pause button is like there's a thing where if you just, when the game first starts, just tap the joystick over and make it like go up in the right lane and kind of like face the top of the screen, like, and just leave it there and just don't touch anywhere input. The ghosts will run that cycle of what they do, and you'll see how they're different levels of aggressive and how they move for about I don't know if it's 11 minutes or 13 minutes, and you can just sit there and just watch it. And when you do, you can kind of then get a feel for that's how this character moves, that's how that character moves, like, and that's why it's a respectful game that they had individual ghost AI. And they, you know, when you have this game get like cross-pollinated with people that aren't bots, but there also are bots, and there's also you yourself, it's going to be an interesting thing how you're going to be able to manipulate the ghost AI into them, and how them doing their way of cleaning up the maze is affected when you walk into it and then disrupt it. So I guess it's kind of like an allegory for being a disruptor, this specific game of Pac-Man, because, you know, it's the original one expanded into like 63 other fucking grids where the chaos of you being your own individual you and doing you, and how you compartmentalize it, like you said, in a clean way that it feels effective. So this is almost like my brain gets to degauze. And also I guess I wax philosophical, and I never thought I was going to with Pac-Man more than anything, because it's a way that if I wasn't streaming to you, I would have to get this to not just be internalized. I would have to turn on a second screen and watch like a movie. So say I wanted to min-max, so I call it a pack snack. I don't know why I started branding it, but it's just easier, because if you watch like a movie like Happy Gilmore per se or something like that, and it's 90 minutes long, and I know that I have to do something that's 90 minutes worth of activity, I can literally numb myself by just starting the movie and like just laughing along with Sandler and all the fun jokes that we all have the member berries for, but then just doing this mindlessly in a way where I'm slipping into it. And I want to get the quotes now, and I have to go watch some movies now that, you know, I don't want to give too much attention to the names, so I just want to give attention to the people that were featured in there and some of their stories, I guess. And then they have some quotes, and I don't want to misquote them, but one of them says something to the extent about, like, sometimes you're playing the game and sometimes the game plays you, and that's where we're at here at Pac-Man. And as a person that is satisfied to an extent about it, it's bittersweet, because once you guys populate this game, I'll really feel how I rank amongst the best in the world. And right now I am playing against 2,500 or so other people, but it's not the same as if I was playing against 63 other people all the time. So if I can use the Vid-Bits platform to also get people to be motivated to do this as a way to be creative, or they're a good gamer and they want to compete against a humble person that will give them exposure, so that's the universal barter that I'm doing. So like I said, the 20% for us and 80% for you, that's also, we're so naked with our tech here, like other people have been seeing in the industry that's influenced me, so I feel like it's only fair to give back. So like when we want to get better at speedrunning, I feel like as a community, we gatekeep too much, and that's why, you know, I've been appealing as the esports thing. I want to be able to break the culture where maybe I guilt somebody and I say something one day that makes them think I gotta explain that to somebody. Like, here's an even bigger example. We had a viral video where we did a review of the Punch-Out code, and it was like, everybody knows what, if you're a true hardcore gamer, you just now know that somebody was so loyal to Nintendo that they hit a code that would have brought people so much joy, and even to the extent that it was such a joyous Easter egg to the development team that they kept their mouths shut, like loyalty, like almost somebody's like, oh yeah, that's gonna be so fucking bad for you if they find out that you did that to the culture. But they put it out there, and nobody knew about it until just recently, and it could have like made the whole time when that game came out way better. They could have maybe sold more on it, and then you also know that it was the joy of like when those things existed, they would exist just for them, you know, like back in Konami when people are like, ooh, they made the Konami code for us. They're like, no, some of those games are really fucking hard, and they made those codes so that people, not only people that were like, you know, higher up that are like not able to be good gamers play through a whole game, but then if you're a tester, you can go to stage 3 quickly and look at it and debug. Like I just had an issue. Maybe that makes me segue back to William in the chat in the beginning. He said something about the stream skipping. So like I put it on the refresh thing and I loaded up on the television to see how it came across live, and then I skipped back and see how everything sounded. And then I was like, oh, it's fine. But like to be able to look back and see the differences there. I kind of lost my tangent though. But yeah, we're at that point where we're blessed to be a couple of moves ahead. Not very much. Not very much at all, guys. Keep chomping along though. You're amazing, and really blessed and happy to have you guys hanging out today. So I got, in my opinion, the game comes down to, yeah, this, okay, I got that. So, yeah, I hope that I segmented that out cool for you, Rusty. That's one way to do it. Right now, I'm just kind of in a flow state where, because it's really, reaction is based on how threatened I feel, and there's just no right. That's the good thing about it. You can be, authentically you by just cleaning the mazes how you want. I mean, there's no way to do it. I mean, there's ways not to do it. Don't let Pinky get you fucking caught up in the left corner all the time like I do. That if somebody charts out all the losses or all whatever, it's probably going to come down to a couple specific circumstances as to why it happens. I do know I'd like to sparkster down from the launch to either the lower left or right corner and clean those out first. If you watched most of these videos, then I'll grab the prize, because once you hit the smaller amount of dots, it forms, and I clean up this like this. If that's open and there's an energizer there or somebody active, I'll do that. That's the warp that you can do if you get caught in the door. That's a tech. If you go all the way through and you like double back and you get caught in the door, and it'll fast warp you to the middle. I don't know what to call it yet. I haven't decided. That's another thing, like when I can slow down a little bit and we're sponsored, I can start to do all the sub stuff for the community for Chomp Champs and start to show you all the tech videos and break them down, call them cool things, merchandise things that are appropriate, that are cross-branded through Bandai and Namco. I look forward to that. My son got me a polo that apparently was from the people that worked for Pepsi when Star Wars Episode 1 was around. He got it from a Goodwill, and I get so much eyes on it. I'm like, I can't wait to have a professional polo co-branded with somebody that makes a game that I like one day, and then here it is, possibly going to happen. Did you hear that, good guys? Good guys, supposedly, I've heard some things that you're not good guys, and I don't believe that, because I wouldn't find such joy in some of their titles, and the 25 years between us, Braden has joys for your titles in a different way, and again, it would sad me considering the fact that the .hack series has impacted my life, and almost everything that you see is between some of the emotional messages through some of the RPGs that are super deep and stuff like that you guys published, and I was blessed enough to see. So, and it's so much funnier because you've got people that harp in the industry about somebody like LJN and give them so much crap because they were just the publisher, though. Some of those games were made by companies like Rare and stuff back in the day. But I don't know, but it seems like Bandai Namco tries to cater to the consumer that has some sort of niche little fun thing, and they enjoy it, and they're into their zone and stuff. So I hope that the Vid-Bits can really fall into that, because it's not really one of those things that's hard for us to shill, because we're playing these games casually, and we just now got monetized, and we're still making scraps and not able to cash out, and we're not e-begging. We're still putting in the work and the grind, and we love it, and we're doing it for the gamers, man, because you guys are all doing gaming schedules like this in your life right now, but you're not being creative. You're not making a YouTube page. You're not doing it. And we're just been very transparent about how we've made it this far, and all the metrics keep swinging up, and we were just validated by another very successful person, and it's hard not to be egotistical when you get validation for your hard work. But again, we're starving, and we don't want the support from our casual fans. We want the support through sponsorship, because it will be easier for us to feel good at night that we didn't make them not have another meal or a party pizza or whatever, because when you're in that spot, if you're an empath and you care about those things, that's why we're also trying so hard to make sure that we're ethically sourced through those sponsorships. So that's a sponsorship for that sponsorship opportunity from the Vid-Bits and your double chomp champion. Let's see where we're at here. If he's still chasing us down. Nope. Yes, we can get a little bit of a lead, and we'll sprint into the lead here for a couple hours, and then if he doesn't chase us back, we will then hand it off to Bray, or if it's better than that as far as the lead goes, or we want a little bit of dramas, we will do some different. It's going to be good. It's going to be good, especially if we can continue this lead. So if you're sticking around, it's been Brian from the Vid-Bits, and we're continuing to try to evolve this lead from Mint Daddy Pig. He's settled down for a little bit, and if not, we've got another win on him, so we'll see how he's proceeding right after these messages. It's your double championing on for the Vid-Bits, guys. We're putting us on top, and people will know soon that Pac-Man is here and the pack is back. Be right back. Keep watching me chomp on and increase this lead. Waka 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 waka. Alright guys, we're back and we are ready to rock and roll. We're gonna get some solid wins in here, some solid dubs if you're still hanging out. Appreciate you while we're doing some Chomp champs. Chomping along as your Chomp champion. The Chomp champion, the double Chomp, because we have both the belts from the North American division and also the global division in Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp champs. If you have any questions, feel free to answer. And if you want to talk about something like wrestling or movies or whatever, I'm susceptible to those things in between rounds. We appreciate some of you guys in chat. If not, you don't have to chat, that's fine, but please like, share, and subscribe so that you can get all the info about Chomp Champs, and then also you can hang out with the Vid-Bits and see all the cool things that we do that are not this game. We're a diversified father-son gaming duo that's trying to produce entertainment for you in like a scheduled way, where you can consistently come and see us and drop in whenever it's convenient and see all kinds of different types of programs. You know, often obviously when it's something that we're not all experiencing together, maybe times things that you've seen before, things that you request, all that stuff. So playing the hits, playing the comfort games, playing what you do, trying to be like relatable, helping personal growth, and in trying to be inspirational as well as keeping you hydrated. So, how, you ask? Brought to you by our sponsor, the only sponsor we have so far besides our loyal fans, is water. Any type of water, and we hope that you find some to enjoy today. We placed crappily there, super crappily. I don't know, the only thing I've changed so far is my background maze, so I think I'm gonna change it back. Not necessarily to the sushi one, but I'm gonna try the other one I wanted first, and then maybe we'll vote on it. I kind of like this one. It's just the sushi one made it so it popped a specific way. That last placing was embarrassing. Is that the name of it? Oh, that's his birthday celebration one? Then yeah, we should be rocking that anyways. Try that out and see if it's better. I'm assuming it will be because I was a little distracted there. Oops. Oh. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh my god. Oh my god. I know what I can do. I know what I can do. I can see if Van can get Oaks to watch this, and I can talk to her live, and she can know that the Pac-Man champion of the world is speaking just to her on television. So I'm gonna get off the phone real quick, or on the phone real quick, and do that. And I'm gonna probably then dedicate some of the being in the lead as the double chomp to my wonderful granddaughter who I saw today, and I'd like to speak to her directly and let her know that she is awesome. Hold on one second. Is that Chiefs in chat I see? Is that Matthew throwing up Chiefs in chat? Yeah, I love the Chiefs in chat, and it makes me so motivated. Guys, unfortunately for time constraint, I have some contracts I have to go through and go through outside of this. We're going to finish up this episode of Chomp Champs. I'm going to go ahead and do this match. It looks like I've made sure that the pig has about, I gave him a fair chance. I gave him, about an hour. I'm about an hour ahead of him, so based on this day goes, you can find out live whether or not he takes the title from me. Because honestly, guys, at the end of the day, your life has to take precedence to playing video games. So video games are amazing, and you can see that I'm balancing life and work perfectly so that I can try to maintain being the Chomp Champ. But we still have normal programming block coming up for the Vid-Bits. We have the Game of Day May that we're very proud of episode today that's coming out, and there's some more on Braden's Conquest to go through the Dark Souls stuff to basically the DLC married up to Elden Ring, and then so when he gets done with Elden Ring, it comes like right to the end of when the DLC drops. So he'll be right there with everybody else that's experiencing it, and get to have the wonderment of doing it for the first time, and then not having to wait. So it's so exciting for that. I can't wait to see the momentum, because people are already on that journey, and to follow that journey, there's a folder. You can check that out and see from the very beginning how that's been going for him, going through the game, saying he knew he was going to beat it, but then some of our subs helping him get motivated, go through the DLC, and then I kind of threw the conquest out there, and then said it was going to happen, and I know because I just called my shot, and then 2 weeks later became the champion of the world at a game like this. That he's awesome and can do anything, and it's not the fact that everybody's going to be playing Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls games, and then it has something to do with getting ready for the new DLC with Elden Ring. It's more about the way that you're going to feel the emotion of somebody that's trying to have some weight to it. I don't know about you, but like when an RPG comes out or something and it's like a sequel, and I haven't played the previous one for a while, especially when it gets caught in development hell, I like it when the story has something that's continuous, and when you're in a situation that you don't feel that gravity of that, then you're not really connected. There's not that suspension of disbelief that you're actually the character of the game. So unless the game developer is more worried about as a whole just the mechanics, or the tech loop, the mechanical loop of the game, and to be honest, that's really where a lot of Playgrounds birth great games. I can I can tout a new example that I can give you that you'd be able to relate to. Like if you played Super Princess Peach Showtime, let me get out of queue. If you played Princess Peach Showtime, and like you literally can see how there's all these different game plays with loops within the game itself, like almost like they used the Princess Castle from Mario 64, but instead of going into paintings, it's like this is a game that could have been its own thing, but maybe there wasn't enough legs on it, and then so forth. And I think a lot of the wonderment of Nintendo R&D itself is that gives some people like a sense of creativity. And then in a way, because they're so respectful of their culture, there's almost like I'm sure there's actually a written one, but there's like a non-verbal R&D where they respect each other enough to keep that tech guarded, so that they can play around with something and then like make a revolutionary type experience for you. And that's why we always think that Nintendo products marry well with their technology, because they know how to use it best and stuff like that. And then bringing it back to a full tangent, I'm sure you're probably not going to believe he brings it back to this. So they guarded the punch-out code for 20-something years. It's not something that you could data mine or whatever, I guess. And somebody discovers this, and they have the respect within each other to be like, man, we only a couple people know, or maybe even 1 or 2 people knew, or whatever. And like then they had like a hidden goal of how many years it was going to take for everybody to figure it out. And then it finally was figured out. And then like as a culture, we're like, wow, that's wonderful that those Easter eggs still exist. But then again, it's big and huge. But it's not, because it was just for them, so that when they used it, they could access the level easily, or see how they could move around the boss AI versus a controlled environment to kind of play test, which is just the beauty of the thing. So it's how you perceive it at the end of the day that matters. So I'm going to a secular thought about that, and I appreciate your guys' time hanging out with Chomp Champs. We're going to stay tuned. Like I said, I don't know how Bray wants to do the programming block. Unfortunately, he'll be soloing the Game of Day May game, and then he's got Dark Souls 3 coming up, and I just have to rip and run, when I have to go socialize, spread the joy of Pac-Man in the community and stuff like that, represent and show them that the Pac is back and Pac-Mania is in full effect. The Vid-Bits are touting it, and hopefully we are getting the attention of the right people. We'll just say that instead of talking about specific branding from so on, sponsorship. Hopefully the right people sponsor us, because we are eligible, and that's all that matters. Is eligibility is key. So hydrate yourself, enjoy the rest of your day, evening, night, or whatever. I don't want to co-op with Kenny Omega, because I would say that because it's poetic and beautiful, and it's a great way to sign off. But with 1,264 wins and 3 losses, we're going to be go ahead and look back at the leaderboard real quick as a close off, and also to show you, so that in case you're going to be following along tonight when I start up the nighttime shift, as we say chomping at night, going through the halls, what difference I might be going up against. So if you're following along and you know what we're talking about, min-maxing this game, which just means you're just hammer on A, going into the next match. The loading screen is just going for next loading. You're maximizing the amount of effort to get the maze done as fast as possible, so you're not lollygagging, you're not dorking around and just worrying about fruit targets spawning and stuff. You're getting ghosts as fast as you see me doing. You're running lanes, you're using Sparkster, you're maximizing all that stuff, and then you get through the match as quick as possible. You're not subverted by a bunch of crap, because you can see the matches take a little bit longer. If you dork around in other people's mazes, you got to stick to your own lane, do your own maze as fast as possible, and take care of anybody coming in at you. And then you keep going through until everybody aces out, because they're all AI and they're just dumb. So they're eventually going to get to themselves how anybody else was if you let them alone in Pac-Man, because it's hard and they don't know the pattern, so they ace out, and you just wait. It's a waiting game. You just take care of anybody that comes in you and mess it out. So if you do 6 games and you do that perfectly, it's a half an hour. If you do 12, it's an hour. If you do 18, which we like that, 18 holes of golf, it's a nice harmony, 18, and you can do that in an hour and a half, or like a small movie, a B-roll movie, like an 80-90 minute movie, and you can maybe a little bit longer. When we go longer than that, we call still hungry and forgot our manners, or if like we were rounding up the numbers. I don't have to call any of that anymore, because we are now the Chomp champion, and we don't have to do all those micro computations. The only micro computations we have to do now is how far ahead are we. And right now, if I go back to what I was saying, it's 12 matches if he's just looking at matches. Okay, so 12 matches is about, I would say, an hour, but it's not matches that he's catching us up to. He's catching up to as ratings. So if you're going to look at this and you're going to try to break it down mathematically and how you can get ahead, and I'm giving you the you're now in the master class of tech, and this is the next to last video that'll be on. I know I said that was going to end up, but I'm going to have to do one now and then one later, but the next day, as soon as my embargo is lifted, so to say, the next video about Chomp Champs will be exclusively on the Pops Plays channel. Unless there's a great battle and other people are moving up and we start to get head-to-head, then that stuff will be featured obviously on the Vid-Bits. But I'd like to get as much eyes on the Vid-Bits as possible. But the Pops Plays channel is where really Chomp Champs needs to stay right now, because for full-time, after we get the embargo lifted, because I didn't start the button right away. But that's whatever, I digress. So we're going to look at the difference in rating between the two of us. And I can tell you that if you take the 91,000, and this is why the quality of wins matter and why I'm getting back to this, and you subtract 90,097. That's the number, okay? You're gonna get 1,034. You're gonna take 1,000. Oh wait, let's do it again. I think it's more than that. I apologize. 1,734. Yeah, 1,734. 1,734. And then you're gonna take that, and we know that we get 75 points for our first place win. When you're thinking you're gonna do the best, then you're gonna assume that you're gonna do the best. You're not gonna shortchange yourself. So 75 points for a win, and we know that you can do 18 of those in an hour and a half. So that's the math. So what you do is you take then the 1374, and this is Professor Pack here giving you this advice for free if you want to catch up. You take that 1734 and you divide it by 75, and it tells us that I'm 23 games ahead. So if they go at full speed and just start right now, and they do 23 games, we know 18 is an hour and a half, so price suggested it's roughly 2 hours. We're 2 hours ahead, Min Daddy. So somehow, if the universe gets this to you, we're gonna let you have 2 hours of ahead time, while I could possibly lose the global championship to you. But just know this: you're not gonna keep it more than a couple hours, and then the fight is on this evening. So there's drama that way. Or I come back and you're already defeated, that I'm in it to win it. There's that. There's so much drama. I'm trying to just sell it up. Like at the end of the Batman episode in the 60s. Will he come back to have the championship and still call himself the Double Chomp? Will he just only have the North American Championship? Well, we know that's true. Will he be the double chomp for a long time? There's all the variables because he cares about everything because he's a superhero. The Vid-Bits are superheroes, right? And we're going out there and we're trying to change things one day at a time. We're a little bit different, and he's willing to risk it all to just let things go with the flow. If you saw how much of this I just let go with the flow, guys, I was like, because I waited and was humble, it's now gonna just happen. And if he's supposed to win the belt back for a little bit, he's gonna lose it later. Either way, we're making history one day at a time. Tell people about this game, Pac-Man Mega Tunnel Battle Chomp Champs, and just know that I'm not going to even refresh it, so I could have lost some of it. The countdown's on. We could do 6 hours of programming, and then I could be still 2 hours ahead, and I could just run off in the sunset. And unfortunately, Daddy Pig, I'm going to go where you went at least, where it's 30 or 33 hours, and it looked hopeless. And my members of the community, and to sign off on them one more time, we have like Matthew, Rusty Bucket, we got scrolling back up, the Vids, William, people that were staying in it on these streams where nobody knew about us, and they came from all over the world to support us. I just want to say thank you, because that's why we are your North American and global, so double chomp champion. We are the reigning, defending, undisputed Chomp Champ, and it's the Vid-Bits. It's Brian from the Vid-Bits. We've been appreciating you here. I hope you've enjoyed this episode of Chomp Champs, and we are going to stick around for the rest of our programming block. It'll be coming around about 15 minutes or so. I appreciate you guys. Have a wonderful day, and we'll see you later. It's Brian from the Vid-Bits. Peace.